Hello. Okay. What's up, everyone? Aquila, our first sub of the stream of the day. Thanks, Aquila. 64 months. He's hitting us with the chess resub. Thank you, Aquila. Been a while indeed. 5 years and change. Long time, long time. Lance the Lord 24. Hey, buddy. Been a long time for you as well, Lance Lord. What's up? Thanks for the 2 gifted subs. You're sniping people to start off the day. Hey, Olik. What's up, Rui? Welcome back. Rui has served a lot of time in the sin bin lately. Have you been improving your rating as a result of our bans, Rui? Or maybe you've been improving your grades in school. We'll take the dub any way we can get it. There you go. That's important. That's important. Hello, Smucker. I heard you played some chess recently, which is not too usual. Weren't you in, maybe, was it ERICS tournament he hosted the other day? I saw you playing some chess as well. Hello to Bunglet. Thanks for the gifted subs again, Lancelor. Just getting started. I'll be streaming for a couple hours. Then I'm actually going to go teach a gym class, group lesson to our gym members, people who've signed up to our group lesson program. So Eric's going to take over the stream for a little bit, and then I'm going to jump on after that. So we'll have the stream going today. So Sudo, I don't know if are you in our Discord? Did you get the Discord announcement? Because I'm doing 2 things. I'm continuing a bullet habit series. So obviously we have the habit series on YouTube. That's for Blitz. I did a bullet version of it, and we got up to like 1400, and then I just got busy with other things. So we're gonna make sure we continue and finish that series this month. So I'm resuming that. But we're also, on top of that, starting a new series, which is not bullet habits. Can anyone play? Yeah, well, I thought I'd take just a few warm-up games to start off the stream before we switch over and start our series. You know, let the people gather. Hello to TB Lightning. Welcome back as well. Hello, Ezra, Nova, Venus. Lixie Bootsy. What's up to you, buddy? Oh, speaking of Ezra. You're gathered. Good to hear. Caveman 1967. 51 months from Caveman. Why, thank you. Thank you, Caveman. And Freddie Patzer, 32 months. A prime sub as well. Cheers, Freddie. So yeah, a few warm-up games. That's what I need. I will be streaming a bunch this next 2 weeks because I'm just that dedicated. But mainly because Eric and Jeff will be in Norway. So you're stuck with me for just shy of 2 weeks. But yeah, Eric and Jeff on a Norway trip, so you won't be seeing them on this stream for a little while. But hopefully we get some fun content there from Jeff. That's why he's going as well. One of the reasons, at least. But Eric can maybe tell you guys about Norway. He'll be streaming in a couple hours. He can tell you guys a bit more about it, but he's going there to play some chess for Magnus's club. So hopefully he has fun, but it's also very much a work-related trip. No, I don't think so, Tulk. There might be, because we know that Magnus has a stream setup, so I'm sure there's a good chance, but nothing I could say is like planned or guaranteed. However, content from Norway, definitely, but that'll all be probably found on YouTube later. So yeah, definitely Lord Waldemar Norway vlog for sure, but again, that would be for YouTube later. All right, let's get some warm-up games in. Talk. Good luck. Enigma. Thank you for 5 months with Prime. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Hope everyone is having a good Monday. I'll bite. Oh. Okay, that's friendly. Already getting a pawn. What part of Europe are you in, Murdoch? Yeah, that's true. Depending where you are, Monday might already be over. Where's the mustache guy? He's around, but as I just said, he'll be going to Norway, so he won't necessarily be around for the next 10 days or so. Tulk, very generous, already gave us a pawn here. Just went dark in Barcelona. Lucheko, are we going to see you on our Chess Bra tour when we pass through Barcelona in July? Capong, thanks for the 6 months with Prime. That goes for any Europeans out there. We are planning to be visiting all over Europe. 4 major cities. Paris, London, Berlin, and Barcelona. So hope to see some of you guys there. Belgrade, not on this trip. Serbia would be a lot of fun, but not on this trip. Yep, we have a few things planned, Benjamin. Are you not in our Discord, Benjamin? Same with you, Kazargar. If anyone's wondering more information or stuff like that, it's almost always in our Discord. We're going to have official announcements soon, but we already have quite a lot of information. It's just not all finished, so we can't make a big announcement just yet. But all that information's written out in our Discord, in our whole thread about our Europe trip, so... It's all there. You guys can read it. But as usual, I think you have to be subbed for most of our channels. You guys know the drill. We don't meet plebs, so we want to make it as difficult as possible for plebs to find the information about our trip. I only want to meet subscribers. I'm a high class streamer, high standards. It's coming up, MN. I haven't told anyone about it yet, but I will very soon. Just getting some warm-up games in. Letting the crowd gather, you know? Plan on visiting Kosovo? No, I don't think so. Not on this trip. We have it pretty planned out. It's just the 4 cities I was talking about. Cthulhu dancing. Thanks for the gifted sub. You got Bloodborne there. That's a good snipe. Bloodborne has been around for a couple years, I think. Want to get my bishop to that square. I mean, this pawn is perfect against that knight. Couldn't be better, honestly. So we'll get our bishop in, hit the queen. Next move, probably f5. Support the pawn. And f5 is great because it threatens f4. Yep, I think the dates are 17 to 20, Kazargar. So it depends on yours. Okay, I think it's f4 time. This is concerning because, you know, pawns are just going to start walking all over you. Wait, we might even have an emote for this. Does anyone remember the emote? It's like a little peepo guy getting stepped on with a pair of high heels. The way we type that out might actually be like, what's the code for it? Step on me, please. You see? We do. You see? We have a commit. This is what Tulko 4 is experiencing right now. I added that emote for games like this. This is particularly painful. Sink that rook in, maybe. I don't even want to, like, win material here. I'd rather just step on him. I'm just looking to step on him. Oh, for sure. Let's throw that in. I'm going to use that. Each file there. You guys want to see something nasty? Do you guys want to see something nasty? I asked you if you wanted to see something nasty. Oof. But he got stepped on. That's a little, that's a rude awakening. That's a tough way to start the stream. I think I can safely say I'm at half mast now. GG Tolk. This is a family channel, that's right. We'll be able to prove that it's a family channel very soon when we have Chess TV. God bless Chess TV. That's why we added the emote. Right, Sleazy? Step on me, please. Step on me, please. Hikaru for the win. Thank you for the 8-month resub. Big Hickey sub there. Death and Taxes, 8 months with Prime. And Hobo Tough Life, 100 bits. Hey, Amon, your habits really helped me with my rating. From one hobo to another. I'm very happy to hear that. All right, JL Pauls. Let's play Dutch. Maybe we can pivot here. Let's pivot back into a stonewall. Trick, bra. You didn't think we'd be getting a stonewall, but here we are. Y'all know how OP the stone wall is. Here. What is the current challenge? Beating a 1240. That's it. That's the challenge. I mean, it's a good move, Lolly, but remember, it's not a great move. Knight h5 is sometimes a little artificial in these openings because what? I'm going to play knight takes and they take with the pawn. I'm not sure that benefits me, you know? An open e-file against the stonewall position like that is usually not what you want. So, I don't know. Knight h5 is an okay move, but I didn't think it was like, you know, you gotta play it or else. Okay, he's going there, which means I think I can play this move now. With the rook there, I was maybe a little concerned about g4. But now that I see him castle, the rook is over here. Should be okay. We have a couple options. I mean, knight here definitely feels like a good move. No question about it. But there's something to be said about trading. So how do we want to do it? Go here. Start with the knight. Hey, the mad physicist. Knight g5. There's a clear threat here, which I think we can take care of with one move. Knight d7 coming, h6 coming. This knight is about to be trapped, so he now has to act pretty decisively. You know what, Krauser? Bishop takes f3 seemed like a decent move, but if the knight took back, I wouldn't want to trade these bishops. Keep that in mind. And there was also an option for him to maybe take with the pawn. Wasn't sure about that. All right, what's the big idea here? Looks like I'm taking a piece and attacking another piece. Okay. Sure. I'm thinking knight here. I know there's a pawn maybe to be taken, but I just want to take care of these rooks. Make sure they're defending each other. Hello to Ubitsia. Ubitsia, how'd you feel about a big game 7 from your Sixers once again? I think your buddy Joel, what did he shoot, like 6 for like 20 from the field or something? Big performance from Big Joe. Let's go here. Guard this pawn. Yes, Harden and Embiid combining for like 22 points or something. can't take it seriously. All right, I'll go here. Hey, 928. Descry Arrows. Thanks for the 4 months. I pronounce it that way as it used to be a username of our very own Mr. Hansen. Eros. The god of love? I think we want to take this. Let's take that. Queen check. This will fall. Check. Now he's got a trade. That's made in a few. Made him with 0.1. Not for me, for him, of course. Can't let him escape without a checkmate. GG. Good game, buddy. Starting to look like game 7 here. That's right. Ooh, Philadelphia. What account is that, Lolly? You know, it did it again. It did it again. Have you seen this? So, what account is that, Lolly? Cha-cha-cha, choo-choo-choo. Is that yours? I don't know if you guys have seen this. I talked about this once before, but Nightbot actually blocks that command from working. So I have to actually allow the command. There you go. And I'm going to allow it again. So it won't put the rating in chat because it's 2316. Do you know what 2316 is? I had to Google this. Obviously, I had no idea. Because I was like, why is Nightbot blocking the term 2316? 2316, 23 is W, 16 is P in the alphabet. It's like white, it stands for like white power. It's like some sort of like, if you Google it, it's like some sort of racist, you know, terminology, numerology. So Twitch actually like does not allow a rating of 2316 to be published in the chat. So I'm like checking someone's rating and it's like blocked by Nightbot. I'm like, what the hell is this? 2316. And then I was like, I literally had to Google it because I'm like, what's going on here? Why is this being blocked? And that's what it is. I learned that, I don't know when that first happened, maybe like a couple months ago, but it was the first time I heard of that. It happened to our buddy Lethbridge Chess last as well. 2316 reading. That was the last time I heard about it. No, I don't think so, MN. It's more of a Twitch thing. More of a Twitch thing. Daniel Nikula, you see, you can't even explain what the number 2316 means because for you to even type it out, you have to type a block term. Anyway, kind of a weird thing. Kind of a weird thing, but that's why it wasn't showing up. All right, let's get a couple more warm-up games in. Milan, good luck. Handlebar Society, 20 months with Prime. And Chrome.js 10. Prime as well for 25 months. I think so, Jimmy Korek. I've definitely never heard of that. Seems kind of strange. But best believe Twitch is gonna be one of the first people on the case, keeping the chat safe for everyone, you know? Hello to Big Bone. Thank you, Damien. I hope you guys all feel safer knowing that nobody in chat can be rated 2316. We want a good environment for all. Okay, queen there. I think it's time to... Let's gain some space, probably bring the knight back. And queen b3 next, if bishop there. Actually, the only reason I'm rated 1100 is because I didn't want to bother trying to reach 2316 because it wouldn't be allowed. So that's why I chose to be an 1100 in chat. You guys are so considerate. Hey, Chrome.js. I'm going to get to it in just a sec, buddy. I'll tell you about it. Here we go. Let's trade that. This one is not quite a threat, I want to say. I'm thinking of d4, but then knight takes e4. How do we feel about that? The other thing I can do is play a5, which is a nice way to clamp down on that pawn. Let's do that. It's just like a good, I think a good overall move. Can't complain type of thing. Ooh, g6. Okay, so clearly he's maybe interested in taking and didn't want to give up that square. I understand that. However, I wonder if he can really get away with what he's doing here. I think we want to do this. So I feel like that, we just go, yeah, probably d4. Keish Rips, thanks to the 14 months with Prime. Is that like an account that used to be named Bong Rips or what? Keish Rips. Wow, GM Trevor Roberts. Big raid and big energy. What's up, Trev? That's a big fella supporter if I've ever seen one. Suppose we're supposed to take like this to win that pawn. If queen takes, there's knight c3, so we're gonna take with a rook, which still undermines the knight. And f5 looks bad for many reasons. So that's, yeah, probably the best move there. Let's go ahead and do this. That's just a big weakness for him. Yeah, just kind of pile on here. Throw in a check. We'll make sure to win on time, but pretty nasty position at the end. So it's kind of a weird thing. I'm only up 2 pawns here, only, but I mean the eval is like +5. It's as if I'm up a rook here. That's how bad it is, because this pawn is like for sure gonna fall. So yeah, +5, only up 2 pawns means things are real bad, worse than they look. GG Milan. Hello to Chicken Pants. Big night for the stars, eh, Chicken Pants? You know me, buddy. I got the stars going all the way. I have the stars beating the Kraken. I have the stars beating the Golden Knights. I have the stars beating the Panthers or the Canes. Panthers in my case. I think I like the Panthers there. They seem like good value nonetheless. The Carolina's just been getting it done, kind of like quietly. Not too flashy in the NHL playoffs, but they're just such a good defensive team. They don't allow a lot of shots, and they're pretty impressive, I gotta say. But I got the Panthers in that one. Ever been to Newfoundland? I used to live there, so that's a yes. And I've gone back and visited before as well. So yeah, I got Dallas Stars winning it all in hockey. And I have the Denver Nuggets winning it all in NBA. And it's like, how do you not bet on the Heat to beat the Celtics? The Heat to win the series is literally +400. For that to be the odds in a conference final is, quite honestly, ludicrous. It makes no sense. Heat beat the Celtics, Nuggets beat the Lakers, Nuggets beat the Heat. That's those are my bold predictions. Yeah, I mean, it's 8th seed versus 2nd seed, Kingly Bingley, but you have to attribute some weight on the fact that the Heat are just beating everyone. It's like, you're not in the conference finals for like no reason, right? You can't really get lucky like multiple series in a row. It's like at some point, got to start calling it how it is. Tatum just dropped 50? Absolutely he did. What about when Jimmy Butler dropped? What did he drop in a single quarter? Disgusting. I mean, Jimmy Butler's been doing things just as nasty as Tatum. And didn't Tatum have like 2 or 3 games in a row where, what was he, like 1 for 16 from the field or something? He started one game. I haven't been watching every game, but it's not like Tatum has been carrying every single game that series. He carried game 7 hard, but he hasn't been like unstoppable. Jimmy Butler has felt unstoppable. I'm just saying, I think -500 +400 is wrong. There's no way that's correct for the conference finals. That's all. I think the Celtics are probably the favorites, but not by that much. I agree, Dr. Lord. I think Al Horford is a hard carry. I like Horford. All right, let's get the last couple games here. Kingly Bingley, good luck. CS Schroeder, thanks for the 5 months with Prime. Yeah, Jokic is insane, but it's like, it's about time Jokic gets some respect, man. Jokic is always insane. Okay, what's going on here? Is that a free something for me? Is that a free something? Okay, we'll take. We'll plop our bishop back here. Yeah, rook here. Threaten that pawn. Why the heck not? Looks like the move. I'll do the same thing, but with the queen. Be careful of a few things here. I think we should be okay doing this. Just want to make sure we're taking care of that, because there's a world where things get a little dicey. I'm only doing a couple more warm-up games though, guys, and then we'll start our series. New series. Eric started a new one. Obviously, it's going to be on hold for a little bit during his trip. I think this is a capture. What's the series? I'll tell you about it in just a sec. I will let you know. Our knight out. Definitely don't mind a queen exchange. Definitely don't mind this exchange. His queen for nothing from me. That is what we call a good trade. GG, Kingly Bangly. I mean, yeah, that's just a one mover. Rough. Obviously, if you had traded, would have been a normal fight here. I mean, I'm up a pawn, so I'm always going to be a bit better here, but this was how it might have gone. I'm up a pawn, but you know, it's over here, and it's not like my pawns aren't too mobile right now, so I think it was still a fight. And Tropical, thanks for the 9 months with Prime. Hey, Pink Floyd, congratulations. And I have to say, I'm seriously impressed. I think that might have been one of the biggest series wins of the playoffs. Edmonton is just such a powerhouse. I mean, right up until like 5 minutes left in the third period, down 2 goals, that's when I was like, okay, Edmonton's actually going to lose this. I just had faith in them the whole way, truly. I definitely am impressed by the Knights. Florida over Boston is definitely way more unexpected, but in terms of a toss-up matchup, 50-50, Edmonton looked dangerous. Aren't double pawns generally counted as one pawn when discussing advantages? No. No. I mean, you can have worse double pawns. Like, if the pawns were like this and this pawn was there, obviously that would be a less impressive extra pawn than this, because they're weak. The only time that you maybe count them as one pawn or half a pawn is if this pawn was over here, let's say. Because then you could make the argument that the 4 pawns can't make a pass pawn against the 3 pawns. Like, the 3 pawns can just block everything. So this would be a lot more even than this. But my extra pawn is a normal pawn on the side where it's 4 against 3. So I am going to be able to make a pass pawn. My double pawns are in front of white's 3-on-3. So that doesn't really matter. But if this guy was here, then maybe what you're saying could be true. That I'm up a pawn, but it doesn't really matter because it's like 4-on-3 and my double pawn's on the 4 side. But here, my extra pawn is nice and healthy. Wow, a big 6-month reset with Prime from Hooray for PP. Wow. Wow, what a great username. Hooray for that Prime reset. We're all rejoicing. That's correct. Knows all. That's correct. All right, one last warm-up game. Let's take a nice strong challenge here. Oh, here's a high-rated guy. Here's a high-rated, tough challenge to get us properly warmed up. Playing the Karo Khan. Black and gold jersey, Pink Floyd. That might have to be my New Orleans Saints football jersey. I don't have another black and gold jersey. Nice choice. Well, Dr. Lord, I have the Olave jersey, so hopefully he's the stud we know he is. Are we learning the French defense? Why would we be learning the French defense, Wild Hacks? Or who told you that's what was happening? You seem to have come in here with a premonition. Okay, let's develop here. I do have a Rupe Hintz jersey, Mr. Chicken Pants. Is he going to be scoring tonight? Probably good good value on a Hintz goal. French defense for TwitchCon. Now there's an idea. There's an idea. Let's bring the queen. There's some cases where G3 is like not exactly what he wants to do. This is the I dare you to take this type of move. Real T Money, thank you for the 19 months with Twitch Prime. Thank you, Senor Money. Let's open the center here. I think after the knight gets to e5, even though we'll have an isolated pawn, the queen's on a pretty bad square, so is the bishop for where the knight can jump to. This, on the other hand, interesting. Okay, probably e4. This obviously doesn't do much right here, so I think I'll continue with the knight. F5. Or just take. Mr. Pixel, that's a very unfortunate move. Possibly one of the worst moves that doesn't outright lose material. Unfortunate. The queen doesn't even have a square to go to defend this. And it's like, do I play f3 here? Or do I take? It all looks very good. I suppose it's... I think objectively, it's probably better to take. Like, this is more disruptive to the position. I win a piece, but he gets 2 pawns. This looks more abusive. What's the new series? I'll tell you after this. I just wanted to make sure that we let the seats fill a little bit, that we have our friends from Chess TV here. God bless them. God bless Chess TV. Yeah, Lone Pixel, thanks for the game. GG, buddy. Realty Money, are you excited to know that your friend Rui is also unbanned and with us today? You took a break in solidarity with your buddy Rui. So it's great to have you both back. Ya928. Thank you for the 10 subs. Appreciate the double cinco from Ya928. New series energy, Jason, is that it? I think he did Realty Money. That was you and him. Big matchup. Pink Floyd, thanks for the 200 bits. Can I picture the cup celebration in Vegas? Yes, but where do we have connections that I could actually make it to a playoff game? Dallas. That's where we have our buddies Chicken Pants and Skeg. So we need Dallas to make it to the Stanley Cup final. We need group fun in Dallas. Anyone who cheers against Dallas is cheering against group fun. You don't want to be anti-group fun. Boy with Taco, thanks for the 4 months. Thank you, Boy with Taco. And Keelox, 5 gifted subs. A quick cinco from Keelox. Did you snipe? Who did you snipe there? Oh, Bav. Sorry, I thought that was about to say Bam Deezy. I was like, damn. We know that guy. That's right, Baryon. Maybe some European group fun as well in Germany. Shamarin, thanks for the gifted tier 2 sub. Jason Keelox, thanks so much, guys. L Hughes 222, 19 months with Prime. Vitogo, 3328, 3 years on the dot. 36 months. Thank you, Vitogo. And Benny the Third, 2-month resub. I think we got everyone there. Thank you very much, guys. All right. Give me a sec. I'm going to switch accounts here. Thanks for the warm-up, guys. Our first game of the day today was actually the nastiest. Who still remembers what happened? Who remembers what happened to our first game of the day? Oof. It was not pretty. That's right. If you know what emote to put in the chat right now, then you know what happened. That's right. We stepped on our opponent. And I have a new series for you guys. Let's bring this up here. Okay. All right. I don't know if you guys saw, but Eric also started a new series. It'll obviously be on hold for a little bit after today, just during his trip. But Eric started a new series on the bird, which is F4 for white and C6 for black. And we released the first episode of that on YouTube already, actually. Jimmy the Rabbit, 68-month resub. So there's lots of new content, is what I'm reminding you about, here on Twitch, but also uploaded on YouTube. My first episode of the Stonewall was also released on our main YouTube channel. So in case you didn't see that, it's there for you. Thank you, Zerpit, for the 6 months. Jimmy the Rabbit's coming up to a big resub, so we'll see you next month, Jimmy. All right, so here's my new account. It's a nice and easy name to remember. It's me, the Slowbra. Gonna play some longer time control games. Longer time control. We're gonna take our time with this one. We're gonna actually learn a thing or two. Yes, I don't play rapid ever. Ever. This is a special series for you guys. I never play rapid. We'll have lots of time to chat here. Don't worry, I'm sure that I will still find a way to flag. However, I'm probably going to play with longer time control, probably with an increment, you know what I mean? Like 15-10, like a real rapid time control. Because I think you can play rapid and play 10-0, but 10-0 to me, like, I mean, it's kind of like a long blitz game. Real rapid, I think, is played with increment and like even the PCL, 15 plus 2, I think was PCL, or 10 plus 2 is PCL. They used to be 15 plus 2. So the whole point is to play some longer games. I'm not going to be playing one opening. So the goal is not like other speedruns or other series where we sit here and we say, okay, it's going to be like all the London system, right? Because then every single game we learn about the London system. But in this one, I'm going to be taking requests, recommendations from the chat. What openings should we play? And we'll try to get a mix of everything. We'll try to play a bunch of openings. That way, no matter who you are, what opening you play, there will be a lot of long form games with analysis and hopefully some advice that you might find useful for an opening that you play. 15-10 is where the cheaters thrive. Oh, you are so correct. You are so correct, my friend. However, we're going to put our helmets on. We're going to head right into battle. We're going to strap in. I'm ready for all the smoke. I'm ready for anybody. I hope you guys are going to be fighting the good fight along with me. All right. So, we are going to be opening the floor for suggestions. I can start my first game so we at least see what color I am going to be, but hopefully that sounds at least a little bit exciting. It's going to be a lot slower. Obviously, the time control, most of the speedruns we do are 3 minutes or 5 minutes, but I think this is a way where, I don't know, hopefully going in depth with a bunch of different openings yields a few nuggets that you can take home. But we'll try to keep most of the openings to, like, you know, legitimate openings, you know? This is not the type of speed run where I'm looking to play. Not the type of series where I'm looking to play like the Fred or like the Undefeated, you know? I'm hoping it'll be relatively instructive. Exactly, Dr. Lord. We can't have trash like that affect this speedrun. Can't be playing the Hamilton defense. Can't be playing the Canadian defense. Garbage. Who the hell would name themselves after a bad opening? All right, so let's see what color we get first, and then we can see what moves we want to play. I'm gonna go with 15 minutes, 10-second increment. That feels like a pretty serious rapid time control. All right, we got the white pieces. What should we do? What's our first move? I probably have some time to think. We can base it off our opponent's moves. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of c4. All right. We'll go English to start off here. Well, maybe, well, yeah, depends what they do. We'll start with c4. Symmetrical English. Okay. Usually when I see symmetrical English, my feeling already is that I kind of want to go for a like a Maroczy bind position. I just think Maroczy bind is very, very strong. Almost anytime I see the symmetrical, that's pretty much my first instinct. So I'm gonna go knight f3, and I'm pretty much intending just d4 here. d4, knight d4. The Maroczy is like, maybe you guys have seen this structure before, but it's with like e4, c4, and sometimes a pawn chain like this, like that, and then your knight sits on d4. So I'm gonna go d4 and take it back like this. Okay, knight f6. Now the thing about knight f6, as opposed to just taking, is it allows me to make a new decision here. For example, I could play knight c3 and I could just transpose, right? Takes, and then I get e4, and it maybe will look like a Maroczy. But in this position, I just don't see any reason why I wouldn't want to play d5 and hit the knight, right? The knight has no e5 square and no d4 square. So d5 already looks like a good move to me. This now basically looks like a Benoni or a Benko, except I'm actually gaining time hitting the knight. Usually this knight's on b8, and this position with a knight here and black to move would actually be a normal position. So the fact that he might put his knight on b8 and it's my turn is already a very good sign. Queen a5 check. We call that an intermezzo. We also might be referring to this move as a blunder pretty soon, but we're gonna go with intermezzo for now. He can still make this work. This isn't a bad sign just yet. But we're clearly in check here. We need to deal with it. Bishop d2 is the most natural move because it hits the queen. So bishop d2, what's the main line we're going to be calculating, right? Bishop d2, if the queen goes wherever, I mean, we're just going to take the knight, right? It's not even... You can end your calculation there. Like, if you calculate bishop d2, you don't have to calculate queen here, queen here, queen here, queen here, like 50 queen moves. It's like, no. You're going to win the knight, so all of them are bad. So knight b4 is what I would expect, right? That move saves the queen and saves the knight. And if I then played the move pawn a3, it's kind of worth noting there that I'm not actually threatening to take the knight because I'm pinned to my own rook on a1. So while bishop d2 looks great with a3, it's just important to remember after a3, I'm not threatening to take it. So my rook is hanging. So that's just something I'll keep in mind. I'm going to start with bishop d2. I mean, looks like a great move, of course. And he might not play knight b4, so, I mean, we'll see. But that's the best move. Now, something that I'm thinking is if I play a3, my opponent can play knight e4. If I take this, right? If I take on b4, then a1 hangs. If I play like, I don't know, knight c3, well, that needs calculation, right? Knight takes d2. If I play a takes b4, knight takes f3 is check. So knight takes d2, if I just take on d2 back, then black saves the knight, and I actually haven't won anything. I haven't won any material there. Right? So to me, a3 knight e4 is quite a good reaction. And I'm not fully convinced after that. It definitely is playable, but it needs a lot more than just that. That's not winning on its own. The other way to play here is to say, okay, congratulations, you played knight b4. I might not win something outright, but I'm just going to go knight c3. And who the hell cares, right? I'll just play e4, take the center, and I'll kick your knight out myself. So, I mean, I think you can always go hunting for this knight, but to me, I see a move like knight e4, and that's like a lot of calculation. I just think it's nice and simple, nice and easy to play knight c3, e4, e5, kick the knight out myself. As soon as the knight moves, there's going to be a discovered attack on the queen. It's like, I'm not trying to stress here. Nice and easy. Okay, e6. I think e4 is almost a requirement here. I like getting the pawn up. Again, I can always kick the knight when I need to. Knight d3, important to know, is covered by my bishop, so he doesn't have that available. Is this a speed run? No, it's just a series. Just to see. I don't like the word speed run, you know? It's just a chance for me to play some longer games and go through the variations, talk a bit slower. So for example, because we've waited here, I think a3 and knight b5 may indeed just win material. So we'll start with a3. Notice our queen is protecting, so that is a real threat. I just think when your opponent's doing weird things like queen a5, knight b4, like knight c6, knight b4, you know it's a little bit odd. Yeah, there's sometimes a way to punish it immediately, but if you don't see a3 winning a piece straight away because of the pin, I think at some point it's smarter to just play a normal developing move, knight c3, and just get things going. If your opponent's playing weird moves and you just play your normal developing moves, you'll just have a better position. That's how it works. If you try to also play weird moves to take advantage of what they're doing, you're either going to be immediately successful and win material, or you're going to miscalculate something, or it's not going to be as clear as you wanted it to, and you playing weird moves yourself to try to like win a piece or something is going to totally backfire. So I think we made the right choice here. Now here comes our knight b5 move, discovered attack on the queen, and a4 is covered as well. Knight b4 back, we can just take with the pawn now. So I think his queen is stuck, and our knight's also in a good square. I mean, it can't go to c7 right now, but in the future it will. But his real bad move was b6, right? Because in this position, if his pawn was back, he could just play queen d8. It wouldn't be so bad. It would be worse for black, but not the end of the world. You don't know what moves are weird? I think you do, Tian Khan. You know, for example, developing a queen on move 4 in most openings and in chess in general, that's weird. Moving a knight twice, you know, on move whatever it was, 5 in a game is usually weird, especially now 3 times before move 10. That's weird. And both of these pieces being on the side of the board, I think we can appreciate that those things are unusual. So here, we'll make sure to take this way. And again, all he's done now is give up a knight on top of losing his queen, and knight c7 is now a real threat. So we'll make sure to take this queen here. And we have knight c7 to win the rook afterwards. All right, he's not even going to take our rook. Generous guy. Trying to decide whether we should save our rook or take his rook. And I think I'm going to go for taking his rook, but I'm actually not sure about this. But I'm gonna go for this. The other option was rook takes pawn, but the thing that I like about knight c7 is it does force the king to move, so I think that's kind of what sold me. Here. And then king d8. Maybe a little hasty. At this point, almost anything will win. That much is true, but still need to calculate here. Bishop b4, bishop there, bishop g7. Remember, we still have a rook hanging as well. So I would say probably just keep it simple and take here. He's done the right thing. Taking on a5. Now what's the move he doesn't want to see here? I'm just gonna go here. Start taking all these pawns afterwards. Like once this pawn falls, I think everything kind of falls apart. And yes, that is absolutely the case, guys. If you are up a lot of material, trades will be good. Extremely good. Bishop takes looks great. Queen e5 though, I think I'm very partial towards. This is a nice check. It also forces him to go there. And after this, I really have a choice. I can take the knight, but I can also give a check here. And I'm probably going to give a check at least to start. Because if he goes here, I'll take that with check. If he goes here, I have the option to at least repeat. So I'm just giving my opponent a chance to make another mistake. But at this point, I think we more or less earned our victory, starting with c4. Great suggestion. Let's go bishop takes b4. Nice thing about king e6 is it walks into that, mate. Nice thing about king e8 is it walks into that, mate. d6 is impossible. Knight d6 will walk into everything at once. And king f6 is probably the last move that, at least it survives a few more moves. But ultimately will lead to mate as well. Yeah, there's a few checks here. I think we'll go with this one. It's in the center. It forces the action. Now the true test. You know, what is the fastest checkmate? Anyone have any clues? Unlike mate and one look for better, when we're playing slower chess, we are looking the absolute best way to mate. The quickest one. How can we get a mate going on here? I'm looking. I mean, I really feel like taking the knight might be the quickest path. For those that are suggesting this, remember your backwards knight moves. I was thinking about g4, but then I was like, wait a minute, what about d6? You know, I have this check, but the king goes the other way. So it's actually g4, knight h4, and then mate. That's what I think it is. The other thing is queen takes here. Seems to be a mate in 3. f5, queen e8. And I guess it might be a mate in 4. So I'm liking the move g4. I'm really feeling it. Both of these moves get mated in 1. I'm a g4 fan. I'm a g4 fan. You guys have convinced me. There's absolutely nothing wrong with g4, right? 0 things wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong. This is what I'm saying, guys. Guys. First game of the series, you're leading me astray like this. I mean, this is why we can't trust the chat. This is why we can't trust the chat. This is a 392 who's just taken the absolute best move in the position and is looking to now go on the offensive. Thanks, chat. All right, all right. King has to move here. Which one are we going to go for? I think we might actually get a checkmate quicker by blundering more material so that we just get mate. This is classic. This is classic. You guys can't be trusted, clearly. Okay. Well, I think moving my king this way, although it feels a little bit better, so it's not pinning, is not as... Yeah, this is the... You gotta attack the knight, take the rook, and take our mate quickly before we lose this game. Good lord. GG. It's a close call. You guys can't be trusted to beat a 392. That's certainly interesting, huh? That's certainly interesting. What happened in this game? We played the English. Let's look at our game review. Go game review. Let's see here. All right. 91.7. And we all know why that is. It would have been like 100% if you guys didn't blunder at the end. See that miss right there? It's probably you guys. Okay, we like this. D5 is good. Yeah, queen a5. This is like, you know, a little bit too fancy, I think. A little bit unnecessary. We went for bishop d2 here, and then we played knight c3. a3, I just wasn't entirely sure. This is the stuff we were calculating. a3, and then I was saying, you know, knight e4. And knight e4 to me was not clear enough. For example, one of the best lines according to the engine is knight c3. But we calculated this. Knight d2. We have to take it back, right? Because otherwise knight takes c3 check. Okay, we take it back. I mean, taking with the knight is already counterintuitive. And then black plays this, and I don't think it's that bad, honestly. Right? The engine is giving some nonsense like d6 is the top move. And then the second top move is h4. Hello? Like, what is this? Is not even chess. What? What? And I don't even have my dark square bishop here, so I hate this line. This doesn't make any sense to me. So that's why I didn't like a3. I much preferred knight c3. So I think in the long run, knight c3 is probably just a smarter decision. He's doing the weird stuff over here. Let him do that. Just focus on good normal stuff here. e4. There we go. And now we know that we want to play a3 next. Get the knight in. And unfortunately for him, b6 was a serious mistake. And everything here was a little bit forced. After we forced the knight back, the knight got into b5. He brought the knight back to b4, but it's not really any use here. So he was in a rough spot. G4 is best. King E2 is a miss? Wait a minute. What? You're telling me the chat was right and I had to miss? What the hell? Hey. G4 top move. Oh no, I'm done. Oh, I'm done. No, I'm out of here. Top move? In what world? You've got to be joking me. Top move. This is a joke. Top move. G4 is best. Bishop B4 check. Knight here. Okay. Let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you guys. All right? If I played King C2, the best move, right? The opponent wouldn't feel that their knight was attacked and wouldn't take the rook necessarily. They might, but they might not. And it's gonna take me some time to deliver a checkmate here, right? If black defends G5 in any way, if they play F5, right? H5, whatever it is, right? This is gonna take me 2 moves to mate. But, ooh, on planet Earth is playing rook E8 here. This guy just forked me. Of course he's gonna take the rook. So we actually checkmate faster. Thank you very much for coming to my TED Talk about coping. I don't know how G4 is the best move. I actually don't. G4, you guys are on the fish oil. Well, I guess the chat has earned a little bit of trust. You know, I kind of have to at least believe you guys for another game here. You guys are granted an extension. Granted an extension. Now, what I was actually expecting, I was expecting pawn takes. And in case you guys were curious, this is the line I was going to go for. I was going to take. And, you know, it's very common for people to, like, maybe play a accelerated dragon type of setup. Like this. Knight C3. Like that. That's what I was going to go for. That's what I was going to go for. Just so you know. And this is why I was talking about the Maroxy bind. Hello, Dr. Lord. 500 bits. Wow, that's quite the variation, Dr. Lord. C takes B4. D6. Queen takes A1, queen takes A1, bishop B7. E5, bishop takes F3, G takes F3. Knight H5, queen A6 is what you calculated. Wow. That is a remarkable line, Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. Remarkable. Well, that's stronger than anything I was seeing, that's for sure. And at this point, if the chat is saying something, I kind of have to trust the chat. I mean, you guys have earned at least a few credits for the jukebox. So, all right, Dr. Lord, you're right. I missed that. Ministry of Repair, thanks for the 16 months. Leela, I appreciate the raid. Let's get a shout out there. We might have already got one, but shout out, Lele. Appreciate that. Maury King, 3 months with Prime. Quantity sufficient with the dono. Taking a stroll with the slow bra. That's exactly what we're doing, quantity sufficient. Thanks for the support. 44 months from TN Khan. Atos Nusk, 16 months, tier 3. Thank you, Atos. Skinner 901, thanks for the 16 months. Jakarta Slot, 10 months with Prime. Dr. Lord, thanks for the bits. 926. Andy, 29 months. Cheers, Andy. Deadly, 20 months. Pot of Jam, 23 months. A Shurian, thanks for the Prime. Sky Money for the Prime. Thank you. Thank you. And the Mad Physicist, cheers for the 5 gifted subs. And what about our longtime resub, our moderator here? Thanks, Lewis. 84 months from Lewis Whitebase. Cheers, Lewis. 84, 7 years. 7 years. Some people aren't even that old. Thank you, buddy. The chat has been moderated and it's felt like a safe environment for 7 years. We appreciate your efforts there. Hello to Eddie. Eddie, are you keen for my series? You inspired me, buddy. This account is called Slowbra. Just for you, pal. Just for you. Go me. All right, let's jump into another game. And remember, you guys can, and please do, suggest the opening. All right, we'll wait and see what our opponent's gonna play. I don't know, E4, D4, maybe we'll get white again, we'll see. But the point is to not play the same opening every time, to mix it up. So let's see what opening we get in a new game. Okay, we got the black pieces here. D4. What are you guys feeling? What are you guys feeling against D4? Okay, well, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. We're going to play knight F6, and we're going to see what we get into here. All right, he's playing the London. He's playing the London. How should we play against the London? Really have a good choice here. Well, I tell you, what I like to do against lower rated players when they play the London is I like to very, very quickly play C5 and Queen B6. That's usually what I like to do. So I'm going to go with D5 here. He's played knight C3, which means this is Daniel Naroditsky on a new account. Well, we're screwed. We're screwed. This is the end here. Well, GG. I mean, it was fun. It was fun. In all seriousness, the Jobava London, I know Danya and Bortnik did just release a course about this, which means that it's trickled down all the way to the 450s in the rapid pool on chess.com. Now, lots of ways to handle this opening. One way that I certainly like and recommend just due to its simplicity is A6. Like the number one way you can just get tricked and lose immediately is knight B5. So A6 is like just a way to not have to worry about that. So I'm gonna go A6 here. It's it's one of the top replies to the opening. It stops knight B5 altogether, and I would say overall that most players who play this are very interested in these knight B5 trick. It's not to say this is like a dubious or tricky opening, but it has one main idea, and if I just stop that, I can deal with the rest of it later. So okay, stop knight B5. Let's play D3. Normally white's setup goes something like F3, G4, H4. One thing I would caution against, just for the moment, is bringing this bishop out here or here, right? Bringing it outside the e-pawn. Because what happens is you play moves like this and you realize, wait a minute, this is kind of just helping my opponent. They play f3, they play g4, they play h4. This is what they want to do. So instead of handing all those tempi to my opponent, I'm just going to play e6. I'm going to leave my bishop in. I'm going to focus on other moves like c5, knight c6, bishop d6, maybe even b5. We'll see how he continues, but I think this synergizes pretty well with a6. Stop that. Don't need our bishop out here where it's going to get harassed by pawns. Instead, leave it there and go for stuff like that. This is in Bortnick and Naroditsky's PGN. Well, I tell you what, if something on move 4 was not in Bortnick or Naroditsky's PGN, I don't think I would recommend anyone to purchase it. So I hope it is. That's a very good sign. We'll wait and see how he replies here, but for the moment, this is our setup. I'm just going to deal with the initial knight b5 and oh, hang on a sec. Someone want to let me know if this is in the PGN? That's what I'm saying, guys. You know, just don't do anything crazy. Gonna keep it nice and controlled. a6, e6. Look at that. He's walking right in. The bishop takes b4. So of course we're gonna take that and pin the knight. This could get very bad very quickly. What is a very likely move? Queen d2. Very likely. What is gonna hurt after queen d2? Anyone know? There's probably, like I have right now, probably I would say three moves that I want to do almost no matter what. I mean, of course, if I ever just win a knight here, I'm just going to take it. But what do you think are my next three moves that I'm already envisioning probably need to get played? Like, for example, now. Not necessarily which one do I want to do next, what order, but what are like the three moves I'm probably thinking of? Queen d3, by the way, is a good move by my opponent. I think I've seen all the moves, maybe not by the same person, but all written down. So knight e4 is definitely going to be on my list, right? Because it hits the knight, adds pressure to the pin. Another move on my list is going to be c5, because I'm kind of threatening c4 to kick that queen away to win the knight, and the queen doesn't want to step into the pin. And c5 also prepares my third move, which is going to be queen a5. So all three of these moves add pressure to this knight in one way or another. c5 actually adds pressure as well, even though it doesn't look like it. So these are my three moves. I'm probably just going to go for them straight away. So my first one is knight e4 to, again, add that pressure. Knight e2 would be the response. And then I'm going to play c5. And c5 won't be necessary here. If knight e2, c5, it's important to understand that I'm actually threatening c4. So after c5, if he does like, I don't know, a3 or something, I play c4. And the queen is hit. It has to go there. It's the only square available. Remember, the knight's on e2. And then I win this knight. So c5 was going to be very strong, and queen a5 was probably going to win the piece anyway. He played king e2. I think it's safe to say that now we're going to go grab that piece. I'm not going to say no to a good time. How do we want to take it? I'm definitely probably just going to take it with the knight. Check to the king there. Taking with the bishop, the rook moves. I just don't really see the point in that. Knight's going to get kicked out next. Let's take it with a check. And remember, any king move here, walks into the bishop, which is not going to be very enticing. He may do it because it looks insane to go here, but strangely enough, I think king to f3 might. I know it's the wildest move, but it may actually be the safest. So I wonder what he's gonna do. It honestly is a tough decision. But you know what? It's easier. It's easier to play this position when you just leave. Then you don't have to make a decision. It's easier to just click that X. Looks like he's back. He's back. Aman, we can't learn anything with games like this. This is potato blitz level. You guys forget to understand that there are a lot of people at this rating. A lot. There's King F3. Probably the best move, so shout out to Mo Tab. So, what do we think about our next move? I'm definitely considering a move like G5, just because these moves, you know, start to push pawns against the king, which is quite exposed. I'm also looking at moves like E5 because it hits the bishop. Although it sacks something, you know, it opens up my bishop on C8. So I'm looking at those two moves mainly. Which one of those do I like? For the moment, I kind of like leaving the knight on C3, at least until later, because it covers the return. So if I move my knight back, then the king might just go back as well. So I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm very attracted to G5 because it keeps some sort of initiative. So I think I am going to go G5. Bishop E5, F6. I think the reason I like G5 so much is that it keeps the initiative. As I said, I'm attacking something, which means he needs an answer. And if he moves it, I think I can continue to make threats. That seems like the way to go. So yeah, that's why I think G5 is at least one of the best moves. I mean, with the king on F3 and me up a piece, I truly can't make like a very, very bad move. So, you know, if I played this, if I played this, if I played, you know, castle, those would all be very, very, very good moves. But I stand by what I've got here, which is my knight covering squares. My bishop's supporting the knight, so it's doing fine. But I think I may be able to get a serious attack against this king with moves like E5, pawn to G4, right? In some sort of order. Come on, Mo-Tab. More like Mo-Tabbed out. Am I right? Come on, Mo. You got a minute, buddy. Mo can make it back. He made it back last time. I have some faith in Mo here. Yeah, it is a 15-minute game, so someone disconnecting is afforded a little bit more time to return. I definitely hope he comes back. But I can say, like, based on these two moves. I do have some answers, and he's back. You see? Can't lose faith in Mo. I didn't lose faith. There we go. Go Mo. So I think this might be the move he chooses. Bishop back to g3. I'm either going to play queen to f6 check or pawn to g4. Pawn to g4 with the bishop there. King takes e5, which is a check. You know, if he keeps moving up the board, I'm just assuming that gets worse and worse and worse for him. He does what I consider to be the best move, because now my queen can't go there. I'm going to play f6, but it does take the square from my queen. So now when the bishop goes to g3, I can't play queen f6. But that's okay. I have lots of other options after bishop there, namely e5 and also g4. Maybe both. I like those two moves next. Because this is the only available square for this bishop now. And hey, if I get to take this bishop, we may even see a castle check. Always feels good. Okay, now the move in general is a good one, I want to say. I just want to highlight that. Because if my bishop goes back somewhere, this knight gets taken. I have bishop a5, which is a safe square, but in this particular situation, I have other things to consider, like taking. And the reason that taking is so good is if he could take, and then I just had to move my knight out of the way, that would be a great achievement for him, trading these bishops. But I have this move, which is a tough one to handle for him. That e4 check fork gets me a full queen for just a pawn, and he doesn't even, like, he technically doesn't even escape with his king. So it's not like his king returns to safety and he loses the queen. It's like, no, his king's actually still being hunted. Yeah, and that's why our knight's so good here. We're gonna make sure to take this back like this and not let the king return. All right, king's on the run. I say we keep giving him hell, you know? Keep giving him hell. Check. Right? That king, you know, only has 2 squares, and there is a pawn that can move up, and it does. If we take this pawn like that, then he's actually in check again. So his only option would be to take back with the king, or he could still move to those squares. Now, in this situation, I have to admit that I am wildly attracted to the move h5, and the reason is that castling would be checkmate. If I castle now, it's only check. That will please some of the crowd. But if somehow we could have it be checkmate, it's a lot to ask because he's got a move here. But if it could be checkmate, boy, that would be sweet. If we played e5, yeah, no, he played a good move there. Played a good move. I don't think we're going to be able to get castle for checkmate. Tough. Tough. I still think castling is a good move, so I'm still going to castle. But we're only going to get a castle check. That was a strong move from our opponent there. Castle check. We're still hunting this king. Remember, it still can't return. So it's gonna have to go to the only square on the board, g2. Now, I'm still hunting it. I haven't given up yet. Check. And that's another check. We're gonna be clinical with our checkmates. Check. Check. And there's only one square left. Supported by the rook. GG. Good game to Mo Tab. He stayed with us that game. Let's check the game review quickly. Good game from Mo. Yeah, I mean, b4 was definitely a mistake. So, I mean, generally speaking, someone at 400 is probably going to, like, let's say that, I mean, who knows? This guy could have just busted out this opening on his own. But let's say that he did get the course from Dania, right? Someone at 400 who gets a course or watches a YouTube video, I think you guys might be able to relate. I've even done this. You read the whole thing or you watch the whole thing and you get super excited, like, holy smokes, Dania is a genius. Bortnick is a genius. This is the greatest opening I've ever seen. All the lines that they present are winning for white. I'm going to play this opening and I'm going to win with it. And then you remember the first 4 moves and you're like, holy smokes, this is easy. And then you can't remember the 5th move. And then you're trying to remember what the 5th move is, and you realize you don't know anything, and you're still rated 400. So you play that. That's just what happens. You know, you get that inflated feeling like, wow, this course is going to change my life. And it probably will, but over time. It's not going to do it overnight. So who knows what Mo did, but this is the way it probably works a lot in chess. You watch something, you get inspired, you're like, okay, this is unreal, but make sure you don't set your expectations too high. It's not going to change overnight. We took, then we added pressure with knight e4. What I was saying was that if knight e2, I was going to play c5. So now if my opponent played anything, f3 to hit my knight, a3 to hit my bishop, rook b1 to hit my bishop, castles to get out of the pin. After every single one of those moves, my move will be c4, effectively trapping the queen, right? Let's say this, c4. Where does white go, right? If queen d1, right? There's just a free knight. Queen d2 is not available. Queen d1 drops the knight. Queen e4, obviously we win the queen. So c4 is such a big move, which means that our opponent, I'm assuming, is going to be playing this, right? Why would they not? And this is why I was saying my plan was queen a5, right? So that's why I was saying knight e4, c5, queen a5. Those are my next 3 moves almost no matter what. Tons of pressure on that c3 knight. Bishop e5, potentially knight c6 to hit that bishop. Bishop g7, rook g8 maybe. Even just f6 to hit the bishop. Lots of moves. Lots of moves. Right? So this is just an overwhelming advantage already. And I'm actually, I mean, it's crazy to think about, but in this position, if you count up the material, it's even. Now, I know it's not a firm representation, like this pawn is dead, there's a piece being attacked, but still, it just shows how much pressure black has. I'm not up any material at the exact moment, but I'm threatening to do so much that the eval is more than -5. It's as if I'm up a rook. It's a pretty significant advantage. Obviously, king e2 was played, which is not great, and I think this was overall a pretty good conversion. I had to give one attempt at castle's checkmate, but Mo was a little bit too strong for us there. So go Mo. Go Mo. All right, guys, I will be continuing this. I agree. Might have to add a little slow bra command so you guys know exactly what's going on. But this is just going to be something I do from time to time on the stream. Just, whenever we want to take a bit of time, play a slower game, talk about the ideas in depth, see some of my responses to pretty well-known openings. I know right now we're facing a lot of blunders from our 400 opponents, but I decided to start at 400 because guess what? There are a lot of people rated 400 that I think might be able to benefit, and we're not really doing this to just clown on 400s and checkmate them in nasty ways. We're trying to play by the book, play as well as we can, and take suggestions from the chat for some of the openings. So, not a speed run at all. We're going to take our time with this. This is just something over the long run we can go in from time to time, play a slow game, and hopefully learn something. So hope you guys liked it so far. I'm going to jump out just for the moment and put the stream on BRB for a sec. I have to go teach a chess class, to people in our Chess Bra group lesson program. Doesn't mean the stream is ending. I'm going to be subbing out, but I'll be joining you guys in about an hour and a half. I'll be back. So I'm subbing out briefly, and I'll be back after to take care of us for the rest of the evening. All right? But for now, I got to go teach a group lesson class. Eddie Barber himself used to be in those classes. Eddie, let me know if you want to jump in for a class there, Eddie, anytime. Anytime. But I hope you guys liked it. Like I said, it's not supposed to be a speed run. We're not trying to gain rating as fast as possible. I'm hoping that slower games and more serious explanations will be of use to people. Kaiser Soze, thanks for the 7 months. JX Crow, 6 months. Nikki4171, thanks for the brand new Prime. And Pink Floyd, cheers very much for the 100 bits. I'll be back in an hour and a half or so, guys. So I'll leave you here for a sec. Don't go anywhere. We have Chess TV. Shout out. God bless Chess TV. Stay where you are, and I'll be back in just a bit. I'm leaving you in good hands. Bye for now.
Hello. How you doing? Happy Monday. I'm going to Norway tonight, so I just went shopping, picked up a shirt, picked up some sunglasses. Do you want to see? You know, gotta dress up over there. Thank you. Yeah. It's got some patterns, and it's good for dancing. You know, very nice and loose. And I look terrible in sunglasses, so it's very rare for me to show them off, but I just need to wear something to hide the hangover. So, here we go. Nothing too special, but ready to jump on the airplane and have some fun. Hello, nose. I might look blind, I can't help it, but yeah. It is what it is. I don't have the face for sunglasses. I don't have some of the features. But once I land in Norway, I'll be good. There we go. Now we're ready to continue the speed run, eh? Got my coffee here, chest bra mug. Hello, Jason. Yes, we'll be seeing you in Berlin and London for our European tour. And well, I'm really excited for Berlin. I'm working on some stuff in Berlin. There might be. I'm trying to maybe organize something with the Botez channel in Berlin. We'll see. They told me they might be close by while we're there. London, we're working on some things. We got some good stuff. But it'll be fun regardless. You guys trust chess players, right? Like, everyone trusts chess players. We're just good, innocent people. Yeah, 928 trusts us a lot. I know because he came to Tulum during COVID and brought his daughter. And hopefully she had a good time. So you know chess players are nice people. Would you bring your daughter to a chess event? Yes. The chess bra event. Yeah, last time we visited Botez, we got locked out in the middle of the night. That's right. That's right. Yeah. There we go. We're going to continue. So we're at 1300. I have to pack, but I'll do at least 100 rating points. All right. There we go. Are you ready? We're doing the bird with white, c6 with black. This music is too nice. That sounds good. That sounds good. Here we go. Good luck. Oh, there we go. I'm flying to Norway today and I'm playing in Norwegian. Alibi. Here we go. We see d6. That makes me... I'm going to play e3 and I'm going to maybe go for an early bishop e5. And then a quick castle. Yep. That's fianchetto. And we're going to bring the queen over to g3. Although first, I think we can win some material. Pawn takes pawn, knight takes knight. Sorry, pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, knight takes knight. Bishop takes knight is good. I can also get rid of this knight and then do it. And that will mess up. It's going to mess up black's pawns. So let's do this variation first and then take. Take with a knight. Now we got the F file. There we go. Good opening so far. Am I going to take here? No. I want to develop the final knight. I can't go knight a3 because this hangs, but I can go knight. I can't go knight c3, but I can go knight a3 and then put the knight on c4 like this, and everything's defended. I could take here as well. That messes up even more pawns, but even better. Bishop g4. I can move my queen out of the way, or this bishop is defended by the knight. If I take the knight first, I'm still hitting the queen. So bishop takes knight, bishop takes queen, bishop takes queen. I'm up at knight. You see that, Tim? Hello. Good afternoon. I believe we are up a knight and a pawn. Am I counting correctly? Yep. So now we just have a comfortable endgame, and it's time to bring the rooks in. Rook here. Maybe I'll swing the rook over right here. Take that. And now this rook, I'll bring to the F file also. I'm going to play rook a5 just to piss him off. Yeah. And now bring this rook in the game. These are bad pawns. Meanwhile, my pawns are very safe and secure. And I'm just going to chop them off. These are isolated pawns. I'm going to be eating them for dinner. Meanwhile, the knight on c4 is an outpost and it defends d2. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now we're up a knight and 4 pawns. Push. Just gonna push this pawn down the board. Push. Why can't I keep pushing? Push. Push. Knight b6 is winning, but I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna play with my food. I'm gonna play h4 and just take away all of the moves in the position. And bring the king in. Yep. Bring the king in. Yep. Yep. Swing the rook away. Snowy Man, thanks for the 13 months. Tier 3 as well. Cheers. All right. C6. We got a Caro. I'm prepared for the fantasy variation. We'll see if anybody plays it. The exchange is not too concerning. We get our bishop out, we play e6, we play rook c8, and we've had tremendous results. Rook c8, we're in time to stop this. That's why bishop f5 is nice. Okay. I'll trade. And then just go a6, kick you away. So now we just have to catch up in development. So let's go bishop d6. Now we're caught up. Just going to castle next move. Once again, we have a very solid position in a good way. It's hard for white to come up with targets. right? There's a problem with this move. My rook on c8. I got an idea here. Can anyone spot the idea? Gory hole, do you see it? There we go. Well done. Knight b4. Hitting the queen, hitting c2. That's a good move. I can't take with the knight because my queen hangs. That's actually a great move. I'll take with the rook. Hopefully it's okay. That was a good move. Better to lose a pawn than lose a pawn and the exchange. Knight c5 is what I would play now. Yeah, I like it. Now my knight's loose. Now my knight is loose. And I'm a little worried about it, so I'm going to move back. If you take this pawn, we'll trade queens, and I did lose a pawn, but I doubled white's a pawns, which should count for something. This is the move I wanted to see. I had some tactics available. Knight takes d4. After knight d4, this knight falls. And if you take this pawn, you got to make sure your queen doesn't get trapped. But maybe the queen survives. This does not trap the queen. You might get excited. And the only joy you'd receive is hanging a rook on b8. But maybe we can find something else. Maybe. I don't see it. So I'm just going to take this pawn. Check. Okay, now we move back. We get another chance to trap the lady, hey? Let me try this move. Go fishing. Now I'm going to play a habits kind of move, h5, just so I don't have to worry about the back rank anymore. Safety first. But we're up 2 pawns, so now queen b6, trade the queens off. I'm going to go f6 just to give my king some extra room. Now let's put the rook on the second. My opponent's playing pretty well here. I'm still up a couple of pawns, but they got pretty active here. Let's start pushing. Don't give me that check. I got king f7, forking your pieces. Check. Check. Wow, they're fast too. Check. Check. That was a strong 1200. Damn. Damn. Good game. speed and good moves. We'll continue here. C6. The hillbilly doesn't scare me. You're generally not going to scare somebody from Alberta with the hillbilly attack. Just going to get those the development going. I don't see the point of this. I'm even going to go bishop g4. Grab the center, develop the pieces. What could go wrong? That's a good move. Okay, I see. This is a little soft. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Takes, this hangs. Okay, let me move out of the way. This pawn was getting loose. I don't really want to play d4 because I'm opening up the bishop, but I wasn't sure what to do. I probably misplayed it. Because this bishop shouldn't be allowed to have a good diagonal. I'm not happy about that. I'm going to have to go king h8 in a moment. First, queen c7. Hit the rook. Knight e5, hit the queen. You know what I want to do? I want to dislodge this bishop. It's too strong. And they're stopping it. Alright. I have a trick here. Let's see if it works. Let's see if this trick works. Knight takes d3. Pawn takes d3. The bishop hangs on b3. That was my idea. Whether it works or not is a different story, but I'm hoping it solves some of my opening issues. And then we grab this. Well, now we have a bishop pair in an open position. This makes the most sense because this rook is defending f7. So let's do it. Grab the pawn. Bishop f7 was an intermezzo. I take back with a rook, but it was playable. Yep. Yes, sir. I'm up a pawn here, and I think I'm good. I'm hoping they hang their queen or something. I could see that. I could definitely see this queen going in the wrong square. But maybe not today. Let's offer a queen trade. Good. I'm up a pawn. My king is safe. Probably want to go rook d4 next. I can kick this knight out. Or h6. h6 is maybe safer. h6 it is. Knight e6 doesn't work because I can take my bishop's covering f8. Now we're going to start chasing that knight away. Because we got the two bishops here in an open position. f5 almost traps the knight. But it's got the f2 square. We'll try anyways. Let's chase this knight away. If I go f4, the knight can jump here, which I don't really want to allow, but after calculation, if I go rook e8, how do you defend the knight? Because it's pinned. If it moves here, I take. If it moves here, I take. If it moves anywhere else, I just grab the rook. And I'm covering e1. So my bishops are just totally dominant here. Totally dominant. This is why they say bishops are strong. This is an example where material is pretty much even and the bishops are like completely shutting down the knights and making them look sloppy. You just can't move. There's no moves. Nothing. Yeah, 928 was wondering about bishop f7 and I want to introduce that. I played knight d3 and after pawn takes, queen takes, bishop, queen takes, I ended up a pawn. Because I'm taking a pawn here. But what if this was played? It's a good point. I'll take with a rook, you take back, and right now the material's even. But there's a couple options, right? Right here, I can probably take and then take this, potentially, and maybe be up a pawn. But in my head, I was actually just going to double. And even though I'm not up a pawn, white's under pressure right now. This is loose, this is loose, this is loose. And I have some back rank pressure. So for example, rook f7, let's move the queen somewhere. Queen e2. I'm just going to trade everything. You can't take with the queen because this hangs, you'd go here. And just something like queen c6. And just start slowly taking away squares, but I wouldn't be up a pawn. So it was definitely playable. It's definitely playable. And black's better, but fighting. Just because, you know, even you go, you know, like b3, the bishops are just so strong in this open position. That's right, 200 Kev. I do have a lecture on the two bishops from many years ago. Many moons ago. Any losses or draws yet? No. I mean, if that were happening, that would be very bad for me. Either my opponents would be cheating or I would be, you know, either a mouse slip, drunk, high, like... I should definitely not be losing to anybody, you know, under 2,000, let's say, without a serious explanation. But there could be mouse slips or some people like Pooja. Chucherko, good luck. Yeah, if we face Hikaru speedrunning, that could be a problem. Knight c6, I'm going to go e3, go for the quick pin. Bishop g4, okay. I'll match that energy. e5, and now tell me, if I take this pawn, what's the idea? Now, if I'm losing to people at this rating, I'm going straight to the doctor and getting tested. Let's go d4. That looks like a very natural move. And then castle, why not? Pawn up. Development seems to be pretty on point here. This knight is defended by that knight, so I'm not that invested in trading. I'll probably move my bishop back. Maybe transfer the queen over to the queen side. Get some trades in, but I'm probably going to move this bishop back. I don't see how I benefit from that trade at all. And now let's go e4. Open up hopefully this bishop as well. Perfect. Push. I like pins. I achieved connect 4. What if I take your queen? Take back with the bishop or the knight or the queen. Let's do the knight. Okay, they're pre-moving. I'll take back with the bishop. Oh wow, they're still giving me some checks. Well, if this was 3 check, I would have lost, but fortunately it's not 3 check. Okay, good game. Good game, Chucherko. Arzak from Italy. Good luck. C6. Okay, this time we'll play e6. We got our triangle set up, but the difference is we haven't developed this bishop. I played e6 first. So, when given the opportunity to recapture, I can capture back with the c pawn or the e pawn. I'm going to do the e pawn so that this bishop can develop. Because it makes a difference. Having an active bishop versus having a dormant bishop, like Redson in the chat, makes a really big difference in your quality of life. And I'm happy that I got my bishop out. Okay, let me go h6. And now I'll go back to f5. This is a pretty typical structure. I have a queenside majority, 4 versus 3, and vice versa for white on the king side. I don't want to touch any of these pawns. If I touch this pawn, this gets weak. If I touch this pawn, this gets weak, and the rook is bearing down. So I'm going to play the one pawn that doesn't make a big difference. It's the a pawn. We're not giving you the bishop. That's another reason to play h6, is your bishop can tuck in. Okay, how about knight b6? Maybe I can go a4 and grab some more space. a4. Okay. This is solid, but boring. Let's go bishop d6 and trade off their good bishop. I have like a reverse London. That's a good point. Now, knight f3, knight d to f3. Unfortunately, the knights are taking away space from each other. And after g5, this knight's trapped. Always make sure your knights have some space. We win a knight. Very good. And I'll just go knight e4, defend this pawn. But we're up a piece. f6. Go away with that knight. Same thing applies to me. f3 might be trapping my knight, and I see that. So I'm going to move my queen to e7 so that I can meet f3 with knight d6. Okay, check. King here, knight f5 check. I can just take, so I don't see what the threat is. And I want to trade off. I'm up a piece, so let's go bishop f5. Knight d6. Nothing's getting trapped here. And I said I wanted to trade, so let's trade. I think we're just up a full. Full piece now. Let's give a check. Where are you going to put your king? Knight e4 is next. So by going knight e4, I'll be threatening checkmate on f2. And I want to ask, how do you stop checkmate on f2? How do you stop that? Just bringing my pieces in. Checkmate. Now, if the king went here, and I went knight e4, and they go rook f1, stopping knight here, what's the checkmate for black? Let's say they went king h1, I went knight e4, they go rook f1, what's the checkmate? Are you paying attention, Chess Ninja? Well done. It's smothered, mate. How is it smothered? Smothered, mate. Everybody's saying queen g1. That's cute. What if I take here and tell you to fuck off? Oh, we're on Chess TV. Sorry. Sorry. What if I take with a king? There's no smothered mate, but we do have knight g3. And rook h8. So it was checkmate no matter what. Not Obama 88. Good luck. This is my real elo, but I'm looking to improve. That's an early move. We'll go e3. It should be 5. Pin. They wasted time. Now we're way ahead in development. And now I'm gonna fianchetto this bishop. It's nice to fianchetto this bishop because I don't always want to touch this pawn because it weakens these pawns. I'd rather keep it intact. Now we go knight e5. I might be looking to improve my structure. Fine, I'll go d3 just because you're hitting my rook. When do we start drinking? You can drink whenever. I'm flying tonight. As far as I'm concerned, drinking is gonna help me sleep. So yeah, you can start drinking. I don't mind. But I'm gonna go for a checkmate. Let's rook lift. Might go rook g3 next. Maybe a4, kick away this bishop. Okay. The pieces are getting ready. They're lined up. Well. Look what we have here. A knight on the rim without anybody nearby to protect it. And now we're gonna go take it. We gotta be close to a checkmate, hey? We have to be. Let's try this knight move. It's a discreet move. Am I threatening check? Maybe, but I'm also hitting the bishop. Yes. Hitting the bishop, and I'm hoping for pawn takes pawn, because then, you know, after pawn takes pawn, the knight goes right here, and that's checkmate. All in the dark squares. That's what I was hoping for. But it worked out anyways. Shout out to Yaya Kilroy. It's a name I haven't seen for a few years, I feel like. Yaya Kilroy, you're such a killjoy, as Amon would say. Hey Shax, hey Boris, hey Bruinzen. Do they get reimbursed? Everybody gets reimbursed, except you guys on Twitch. You don't get reimbursed for subbing here. You probably could complain to Twitch, but don't ask me. Will I send pictures of Norway? Yeah, you just have to follow me on Instagram. Yeah, and follow the Instagram and you might get some photos. All right, 53 more points. Killer whales, good luck. Now we'll go bishop g4. Get that bishop out. e6. d4, grabbing some space. What if I go bishop b4, huh? You're gonna take. Do I take this way or do I take this way? I'm gonna take this way so my knight can go to c6. If that makes sense. Well, if I can mess up your pawns and you're gonna spend time convincing me to do so, well, let's make a deal. You get the bishop pair, I get the better pawns. Let's castle while we have the moment. Bishop a3, okay. What's my only move? I can block with a knight. I'd rather be a little more active and play rook here. Okay, let's give away the bishops. So we have 2 knights versus 2 bishops. But the position's not entirely open, because this bishop doesn't really have any really good diagonals. This bishop's not bad, but this bishop's, I don't know. There's some weaknesses here that I'm gonna put pressure on. How about I go knight c4 attacking your bishop? How's that? Now you're hitting this, so I'm gonna go b6. Make sure we don't hang anything. Okay. So this bishop is active. This bishop not so much. Let me go h6. Habits. Habits, habits, habits. But I have a nice outpost here. And I have pawns that I want to attack. So maybe we're going to double on the c-file and attack this. The doubled c-pawns. Just going to grab a hold of them. Double the rooks and attack on c3. How's that? Like this. Okay. Some stubborn defense. Let me move this knight back so I have full access. And let's bring this knight in. An additional attacker on the c3 pawn. Now we're threatening this. I can take back with a knight, rook, or queen, or I can throw this move in first. Interesting. I'm going to throw this move in first. It seems good to me. Because I'm hitting the queen and then I can recapture. That seems like a plus variation. I can take back with the knight, but I like taking with the queen because I'm hitting the rook. I can see them, yeah, they're taking this. They're thinking I'm going to recapture. Nope. I'm grabbing the rook. Thank you. And now, let's grab this. Thank you, thank you. Now it's time to convert. I have to make sure I don't fall for some cheapo. Ah! We have a cheapo expert here. Even though I'm winning, bishop h7 could flip the game around. That's a discovered check. So let's go e5 to make sure the queen's defended. I think that's a very good move to play from white. Even if you're losing, test your opponent, make them work hard for it. We've all messed up winning positions. Now that, I'm just gonna have to keep pushing. Grab the pawn. Thank you. GG. I'm up in exchange and 2 pawns, so it's pretty tough for white to recover here. Especially with this queen dominating the board. Tom Hack, good luck. The advanced variation. Let's go bishop f5. h4, we got some theory here from Tom. h4, there's a few moves, but the point of h4 is that if we just respond with e6, they're going to pawn storm us. And it's tricky. So I'm going to play h6, one of the main moves. Maybe our bishop can retreat this way. It lengthens our bishop, which can definitely help. A tall variation, h4. Now we trade. Gonna play e6. And now we're good. Okay. Let me play queen b6. I want to annoy this pawn. And if you go b3, then I'll go c5. Now our bishops are traded. Time to undermine this center on d4. Simple moves. Undermine. Yep. Some good defense by my opponent. Let's try to bring some more pieces in. Knight f5. So white has 4 defenders and I have 4 attackers. So there's enough defense. The problem is the queen and the knight are unfortunately placed. Unfortunately placed. That's right. Well done. c4. Forks the queen and the knight. Wins material. Explosive. Oh, even more explosive. Queen e3. Who here would take the knight instantly? Definitely a decent percentage of you. The others, when you have a good move, you have a good position, double check there might be something better around. Because it's hard to resist the free knight, but there's a queen hanging. That's a good reason. And then we take the knight. And now we got to get good at taking pawns. I think that's defended by nothing, so let's grab it. I think this is now defended by nothing because the bishop just moved. Let's grab it. I think this is now defended by nothing. This rook is defended by the other rook. Let's grab it. This knight is not defended by anything. I mean, buddy just hung like 20 pieces. Just take what's offered. You're noticing a pattern? I am as well. I mean, take. Getting people fat over here. It's not my fault they're hanging the stuff. Today's important day. Ohtani's pitching. If you watch baseball, or if you don't watch baseball, if you want to pick a day to watch baseball, it should be when the Angels are playing with Ohtani pitching, which is today. Today's a good day to watch baseball. They're playing the Baltimore Orioles. And it just started. Hey, sure, thank you. I just bought it today. You're the first audience I'm showing it off to. Not the ladies, but the people of Twitch. But I will take it to Norway. You saw Otani pitch a few weeks ago, which is why I mentioned it. Platinum Blonde. I remember you posted it in Discord when you went to that game, and yeah. Why am I going to Norway? Socialism. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's continue here. Ollie, good luck. Are we gonna get the exchange? Nice. Knight c6. Bishop f5 or bishop g4, they're both playable. I mix and match. But I do follow it up with e6. I usually keep my bishop, but I'll trade off this time. Just to see what happens. Just to get some variation in the middle game positions. And now we're going to play h6. Super solid. No weaknesses for either side. But we're also not getting attacked from the opening. Now, white has the bishop pair. So this is what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to give you a check. Force the king, hopefully to a worse square. Actually, that's not a bad move. And then I'm going to go bishop f4. I want to get rid of the bishop pair. Yeah. And I think this is a very equal-ish position. Is it boring? Yes, but we're playing black. b6, let's attack that knight. It's not a terrible outcome. Maybe rook c8 in case white ever tries to play c4. Well, there you have it. c4 runs right into our plans. There we go. I don't mind trading. Now we have a few options. We can go knight c2, fork the rooks. We can go knight d3, fork the rook and the pawn. We can go dc4 and win a clean pawn. And you know what? I'm a pawn grabber. I could win the exchange. This time I'm going to take the pawn. And I still have some threats. If they go rook here, I still have knight d3 forking the rooks. Okay, they played the right move. I'll just take my extra pawn and be happy. Pawn to b5. Support this. I might go knight d3 next move. We'll see. We shall see. My next move is probably rook d8, but after a3, knight d3. That's a nice deep outpost. And I can follow up with rook fd8, improving another piece. Chop it off. Now we're up 2 pawns. I'm going to take with a rook. And let's push these queenside pawns. Okay, you're hitting my rook. Let's not hang that. My knight can jump into the game too, knight e4. I can support it with f5. I don't mind trading. I'll have 2 pawns, so trades are fantastic. Knight d2 would have traded the knights, but I'm looking for more. Looking at knight b3. Knight b3 is coming, but first I want to dislodge this knight. It has to go all the way back. onwards. Check. We're slowly but surely squeezing the life out of white's position. Now we bring this rook in. Now we take that. Now we push this. And now we got the pigs on the 7th, as Yasser would say. Check. 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 This is not checkmate. We need to throw in one more move. One more move for the checkmate. Any ideas? ERICS, well done. F3 perhaps to defend this rook so we can set up the ladder checkmate. Well done. One rook is anchored in, the other rook is used to deliver checkmate. Is that checkmate? It is. Good game. Formerly 5IT, J Striker, thanks for the subs. Formerly Fit, maybe? Maybe that was the username. Ikovan, thanks for the resub, sir. Lucheco, thanks for following on Instagram. There we go. I'll try to post some stories from Norway. $28 more points. Ardafa, 1400s. We're moving up. Not the scariest setup. They're not bringing out the bishop. We'll go e3. Maybe b3, bishop b2 now. Yep. That's right, Zele. How you doing? A quick castle for black is not bad, but I might try to make use of this position. I'm going to go knight g5. They're going to go f5 to defend. Then we're going to go queen h5. They're not going queen h5. Okay. You know what? This is a game where we can have a lot of fun. I could take this pawn, but I'm going to go h4. I want them to take the bait. It's good to take free knights. We're here for a good time. I'm even going to go g3. Just please take my hanging knight. Capture towards the center. We're building an impressive pawn chain. Aren't you supposed to take free pieces? Okay. I'm going to go rook here, and now you better take, or something bad's going to happen. That's a threat. That's a threat. I'm really tempted to play this move. I'm just calculating. It doesn't work, but I'm calculating. Ay, ay. I really want it to work, man. Queen h5, pawn takes queen. Knight e6 check, king h7, rook g7 check, king h8, Rook f7 check. Man. I'm gonna bring more pieces in. I don't see it. I'm gonna have to set it up later. Knight e6, I don't like this move. There's always a move that bothers me. If I move this knight, the queen is gonna hurt me. I might end up doing it anyways, but I'm increasing my chances of success. All right, let's do it. I'm not calculating. Screw it. I'm just gonna do it. Enough calculation, my brain hurts. Oh shit. Okay, check. The people want it. What are we here for? What are we good for if we can't entertain the people? That's a good move. Gosh darn it. This is why I didn't want to do it before. All right, let's take. Check. 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 I want checkmate though. Where's the checkmate? We're gonna find the checkmate. Check. Oh, I got 6 seconds. Whoa, 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 whoa! My screen has disappeared. I swear to God. Oh man, if you saw what happened there. If you saw what happened to my screen, I'm so tilted. My screen went black. Oh, for fuck's sakes. This is so tilting for me. I have to look here because the screen just turned off. This is so frustrating. Because then I couldn't try to calculate a checkmate. I mean, I gotta write something in the chat. Sorry. Brutal. Brutal. We're gonna have to purge that from the records. This issue happens, and I don't know why. It never happens when I'm on streams, but whenever I stream, this computer the screen just turns off. Happened 2 weeks ago, happened 3 weeks ago. We're gonna have to just remove this from the internet records. Just be like Hikaru and delete the VOD. We'll get our best guys on it. And yeah, now it started to glitch when I had 14 seconds. Didn't happen earlier, but 14 seconds. Darn it. Itchy Chimera, thanks for the prime. Alrighty, hopefully the screen and my chess improves this game. Early knight c6, we're gonna go bishop b5. Queen d6, okay, let's just castle here. Go for a fianchetto. Black hasn't developed their e-pawn, which has given me the idea that I should play f5 and knight e6. There we go. That looks like a good place for the knight. That should make life difficult for my opponent, hopefully. Just keep this here, although they can go g6 and get rid of it. But it was fun while it lasted. Oh. Well, if you're not going to go g6 and go g5, I'm going straight here. Straight to queen h5 and queen takes c8. Well, I'm going to grab that piece. Thank you. They didn't see queen d7. They decided it's better to hang 2 pieces than find queen d7. We got a very special knight. There we go. Knight takes f5 you wanted to play? Yeah, you can do knight takes f5. I'll take here first. That's probably what they were worried about. Knight f5, knight takes here. And then to try to take. They probably could have done it, but I think that's why they didn't. People are resigning a bit earlier. Yerky, good luck. Well, we can play c5 as well against the advance. Okay, what happens if everything gets traded? Try to play knight c6 next move. This is an aggressive setup though. Let's just play normal looking moves. Knight c6. The queen's not hanging because we're pinned. But I want to go a6 next move and unpin. There we go. Better get castled. So the nice thing about black being able to recapture is now I have pawns that can run down the board. Yeah, what if I just start pushing the passed pawn? Rook b8. Let's keep pushing. Push. If they take here, then I push this way. One way or another, I'm getting my pawns advanced. Two connected passers. Push. Can I keep pushing? What if I go here? And here. All the way down the board. Does that work? Maybe rook b4 next. Maybe rook here. Just have to make sure not to blunder anything. Yeah, let's defend the pawn. Let's defend the pawn. And now they go queen b3, we have bishop b3, which won't feel comfortable to deal with. Even better. I'll grab that rook, thank you, sir. I'll grab that knight, thank you. I'll grab this. I'll grab that. And I'm gonna go rook b1. So that once you take, I'll promote. Let's harass the queen. Man, my screen keeps turning off. Fortunately, position plays itself, but let's go here. And promote. Nope. If we promote, their king escapes. So let's throw in the check. Force the king back. And now checkmate. There we go. Good stuff. Alexander Chess, thank you for the raid. Just doing a speed run right now. Welcome to the new viewers. My name's Eric. Adrian, thanks for the prime. Magnus Jansen. All right, let's try the Carol. Be advanced. Sometimes it pays off. You play e6 just to develop this bishop. Well, guess what? e6 also develops your queen. So, thank you for the knight. g3. What's the move for white here? Sorry, what's the move for black? Gets even better. What is the move for black? Anybody? Should know this one. Good job. Queen e4 check. That's a double attack. Can we take the rook? Yes, we can. Thank you. Now I just want to trade everything off. And we're up a rook and a knight. Just heading into the endgame. So we got the resignation, but a disastrous opening from Magnus. Alrighty. Puja fan 69. Almost at 1400. Couple more. Oh, they're playing c6. Okay. I'll go for the b3 setup. I like to go e3 to make sure I can always recapture with my queen and not the pawn. Now I'll go bishop e2, knight e5. But this is an annoying knight, supported by my bishop. And I can take with the pawn, which also opens up the f-file, and that's one of the bird benefits, the f-file. So it's castle. And our bishops are not touching right now, but they could touch. They could. Depending on which move you choose to play here is white. I think we can make some progress. Knight takes c6. Hanging a knight, because by hitting the queen, I'm going to be able to take on g7 next. And my bishop is going to be the victor. So pawn takes knight, bishop takes bishop. Bring my bishop back, I'm up a pawn, and I took away their castling chances. Disconnected. Wow. That's good to see. Is that a rage quit? Yay! We're making up for it. One more. E5, hey? All right, let's go bishop G4, then E6, then C5, then knight C6. Put pressure over here. Let's get rid of that knight. I'm going to take here. I'm going to go queen b6 and ask, how do you defend the d4 pawn? Gobble. 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 And we're 2 pawns up, and I didn't have to break a sweat. Yes, I'm behind in development, but if the queens are off, then it's not the end of the world. Because it's less likely that I'm going to be checkmated. Now I'm up a piece. If knight here, I can even maybe go, I don't know, king f7, let's say. But let's finish development. Rook here, huh? Okay. Let's hit. My opponent's playing fast and very poorly. I like that. So my screen is black, but I heard the resignation noise. So I did win this game. Davion6, thank you for the 16 months. Good game. All right, we're back. Yeah, I was about to grab the rook. The Caro's been very profitable. Rum Biscuit, we're not working with Green Chef right now, but I'm sure when you did it, we probably got credit. I went to make sure the cables were plugged in a couple of weeks ago. Oof. I blame you people on the screen issues. I gotta figure out if I'm gonna continue. I'll continue. But I have to pack. I haven't packed yet. Ugh. Let me check something. I really need to pack. Pack tomorrow, but my flight's tonight. I can't be a stinky chess player. Being a chess player is bad enough. Need my nice clothes and toiletry. Platinum Blonde with 10 gifted subs. Davion, thanks for the resub. Platinum, thank you. Pack yesterday? No. Pack in today. Yep. I got condoms. Norway has a very high rate of chlamydia. The condoms are just for friends. I'm sexually inactive, but want to make sure friends are taken care of. Hey, Chris Herrera, how you doing? How you doing, buddy? Hey, P. Mork. Yeah, nice streamer, exactly. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to be handy. Yeah, I'll be handy. Exactly. You like the music? Liquid drum and bass. Feels like it's a nice vibe with what we're doing. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Let's get 100 more points in. 100 more. This will be a vicious session. Just a heads up. Because I got a time crunch. Let's go. 1500 it is. Good luck, Yosarian. Good luck, sir. Wolfie and Keto. Yep. Let's try Bishop D3. Haven't done that yet, but my opponents haven't played such a good setup either. H6 is okay, because my knight's going here. Rook lift. Take with the pawn, so we have the F-file. Let's bring the queen in. I'm going to take this. And, well, they don't mind getting mated. They resigned. It's checkmate in one. There we go. I said I wanted a quick win, and my opponent obliged. The rook lift is popular in the bird. I hope you're paying attention. Alrighty. Good luck. Knight c6, okay. Gonna give them the bishop b5 treatment. Let's grab. Fianchetto. Wow. Is that a free pawn? I'm gonna take first and then calculate, but after quick calculation, it still looks free to me, Chief. If I really need to support it, I can go d4. But I like having an open bishop. Time to castle. And what happens if I take here? If you take with your queen, we're trading even material and I'm already up a pawn. If you take this first, I take back with a queen. You can take my bishop, but then I have a big check. Hello to our friend Will Flynn in the chat. That's an even trade, but things aren't even because I'm already up a pawn. Now I'm up 2 pawns. Can we make it 3 soon? Now the rooks need to shift back over to the king side because it's endgame time. Endgame time where we just trade into a winning endgame, up a couple of pawns. My next move, probably rook f3. My move after that, rook f1. Double the rooks. This knight never moves. I'm eating on d5. Ah, you got some discoveries, hey? I'll let you do it. Because if you give a check, I win your bishop, and you win my knight. Even trades are good for me. I'm going to offer you again that option. I don't mind pushing g4 because it's the end game. And I might go g5 next. I'm not a GM. I traded it for a bag of jalapeno chips. The title was getting diluted. Or as Ricky says, jalapeno chips. Let's move our king up. I don't mind trades because I'm up 2 pawns. 2 pawns. You can't win up 2 pawns. That's a you problem. And you can solve that problem by joining our group classes. So the problem with this trade is I do mind it. Why do I mind this trade? After takes, it makes my pawn on e3 really weak, and it doubles my c pawns. So it turns my 2 pawn advantage like 1.5 or 1. I'm gonna go 92. I have a clean pawn structure. I want to keep it clean. G4. I'm going to Norway early to celebrate the national holiday. Yes. Dude, this always happens. I just bought sunglasses and I lost them already. How do I lose? That's why I don't buy nice sunglasses. Where do they go? I have my snooze. I don't have the sunglasses. Jeez. It's so annoying. It's okay. We have an endgame up 2 pawns. And I just fake that to add dramatic effect. No, I don't know where they are. But what I do know is we're going to go c3. What snooze do I have? Epoch. And I'm going to win a 3rd pawn. And maybe a 4th pawn. Push. Yep. Let's grab a 4th pawn. How many more pawns can I get? I'm bulking in healthy things like pawns. Here comes the king. Push. Oh, we got some speed. You want to activate my speed? Bye-bye. Basel, thanks for the sub. Hey, bagels. Hey, Wooly. Why am I going to Norway? I thought I just said their national holiday, Eddie. It's the 17th of May. Do you want to know what I'm gonna... Let's see here. National holidays can be pretty fun when you're in foreign countries during it. You really get to experience the culture. So... yeah. This is going to be me. I'm going to pick opportune locations where the ratio is better than in chess. And I'm going to mingle with a local population. I'm not exaggerating though. I am going for that. Like, if Canada had a uniform, it's Constitution Day. That's the technical word. If we had that in Canada, I'd definitely show up for it. But we'll go to Norway. All right, let's continue. That's what I'm there for, Eddie. I'm also going to be playing a little bit of chess. But a little bit. All right. Latuya. Good luck. Let's develop that. Bishop. I'm going to Bergen and Oslo. Two places. So if you live in those places, you might spot me in the wild. I'm going to take, please take back of the pawn. Oh, I had a trap set up. Let me try it again. One more time. All right. Black to play and profit. What's the move here, ladies and gentlemen? Good job. Queen a5. Check. Hitting the king, hitting the knight. No way to stop both. You need a bishop here to stop both, and that's not possible. That's just not possible. You want our betting sponsors to open up a line on the likelihood of me catching an STD in Norway, Eddie? You think that's my sales pitch when I approach companies in the betting area? Hey, you know, a nice organic way to build your audience is to open up STD lines and get our viewers to participate. You think that's a smart business approach? Check. Thanks for the night. And now we're up a knight. So I'm going to offer a queen trade because we got to get good at endgames too here. I'm going to grab that pawn. Thank you very much. I'm going to grab this pawn too. The reason I'm so ambitious in grabbing pawns is I don't see any pieces around my king that scare me. White's not attacking me, so I do have time on my side to go on these side quests. And now I'll develop. Now I'm leveraging it. I'm offering queen trades and gaining time because I know my opponent is going to avoid queen trades because they're down so much material. Let's offer some more trades. Check. I like pawns and you should too. Okay. I'm not going to give the bishop away. More trades. This way I'm forcing a trade because if you move the bishop out, I can take your knight. So one way or another, I'm trading. One way or another. Until my opponent runs out of all their pieces. I'll take that pawn. Thank you very much. Let's practice trading queens. What's a move here that looks like it puts pressure on our opponent in terms of trading? A safe square that initiates exchanges. It's not forced, but it looks pretty effective. Well done, Hella. Hella, first one there. Queen c4. It's defended by the pawn. It puts pressure on the queen, the rook, and the knight. That's a good way. Queen f5 is not bad, but queen c4 really gets in their grill. Yep. They don't want to trade queens, but I'll pick up that knight. Let's offer another queen trade. Let's keep... All right, what's the move here to try to trade queens? Queen a6. Because I was also hitting f1. Check. And now we're up a rook, two knights, and a couple pawns. I want to trade queens, sir. Thank you. Checkmate. Carol can. Oh, we're up a pawn right off the bat. Love to see it. Now don't castle if you're white here. Don't castle. That's the one piece of advice I'll give. Good. Good, good, good. I'm gonna go queen d4 hitting this bishop. And then bishop c5, threatening checkmate. At this level, I think people will defend checkmates. And we're up a pawn. Let's just keep it going. What if I go h6? I don't like your knight being near me. Oh, I like the trades. And we've been practicing snatching pawns today. So I'm going to take this. That's our second pawn. How many of these Caro-Cans have led into big material gains? Pretty much all of them. Almost all of them, hey? All right. I want to trade some more. Bishop b4. You can't take the queen because you're pinned. In before YouTube comments. Eric, you hung your queen. Alrighty. Black to play and win the game. I bet some of you won't see this next move. This bishop is pinned, meaning I can take this, because you can't take. So that's a rook up. Now I take, check, and that's the second rook. Yum yum. And my king is still safe. The knight can't get in very easily. Let's castle. Is that defended? I don't see any rooks on the board left. And they're just resigned. They hung another bishop. I was about to take it. Yeah. Yeah. Diego, good luck. I'm not trying to bully people. They're just moving their bishops to squares that I can capture. Like, it's not a me thing. Sure, en passant. There we go. Up a piece. Life is easy. When you play the Caro, it seems, you know. And I'm happy to trade. Can I get some more trades? Sweet. Love it. Let's trade off this knight as well. Sure. And I'll take this rook. Thank you very much. Wow. I'm up. People are just... I'm playing some zombies right now. Hey. It's a good material grabbing opening. Jay Gordon, good luck. They're not paid actors. Let's go for a little fianchetto action. My bishop can't go to b5. This is a decent setup for black, so we'll go bishop e2. And now knight e5. I wanted to go queen e1, but I might hang a pawn if I do so. So I'll go d3 first. And now transfer the queen over to the king side. We're going to open up the f-file, then play queen g3. That's tricky. How do I defend the pawn on a5? Well, I'm going to try something fun here. I could go d4, but I lose a pawn. I might lose this pawn anyways. But I'm gonna try this. I'm just humbly going for checkmate here. Checkmate. It worked out. And in the meantime, Powell29, thanks to the Prime. Karugan from Norway, that's 2 years. Thanks for the support. Check. Let's try the Caro. Advanced variation. Bishop f4, let me play queen b6. What are you going to do about that? And now, e6 and c5 just attack that center. Sweet. That helps. Our bishop and queen are already developed. What happens if I take? All right. So what's the drawback of b3? It weakens the dark squares like c3. So I'm going to go bishop b4, pinning the queen. They can defend. And now, what's the move? What's the move now? We pinned. What do we do after pinning? Yes, d4. Keep it simple. Now they're in trouble. Giving up a knight doesn't solve everything because I'm still attacking it. I won a knight. I should be pretty happy with that. Can I win more? Don't necessarily see it. So I'm just going to bring this knight in and castle. Just be happy with being up knight. Well, is this pawn loose? I think it is. Thank you. Let's continue the pin. We have 2 pieces on the pin and they have 2 defenders. So let's improve our chances of success. Add a 3rd attacker on the pin. Yes. Wow, some quick wins all of a sudden. Everyone's playing fast in the opening, and the Caro-Can has some bite. It's got some bite. GG. Midget Man. And they have an AMAN'S flare. Go midgets for AMAN'S. F4. Good luck. That is a flare of AMAN'S. I recognize that. And you can use a flare if you have a chess.com premium membership. Okay. You're attacking my knight right away. Let me flip things around on you. Well, we're not going E3. But let's experiment. What happens if we go G4? What happens? They have a really good move here. Let's see if they can find it. There's a nice move here. This is the risk. The risky move would have been E6, attacking the pawn and threatening Queen H4 checkmate. But they didn't see it. This is still a good move, though. All right, we'll go here. E6 would have been trouble. Now they can... Their bishop is safe. We have some space. Let's open things up more because it feels like we're way ahead in development. I could take with a pawn, inviting a queen trade, but I'm going to take with a knight and sacrifice a pawn for an attack. That's a pawn you can grab. I'm hoping if they grab it, I have some attacking chances. Check. Okay, let's block. If you're not going to trade queens, I'm going to move my queen out of the way because I like my attacking chances. There we go. Queen c4 is a check and it attacks the bishop. I like, you see this square? That looks like a very juicy square for this knight. I'm going knight d4 preparing knight e6. Oh, knight d7. Unfortunately, it's going to be more knights for me. Just take the free stuff. Now our knight gets to the lovely e6 square. The queen is hanging. I guess I'll grab it. We take what is offered. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't want that rook. It was offered, but I'm going for something else. Can you guess what my move is right now? Let's finish with class. Queen takes pawn. Check. King has to take. And rook f3. There's the checkmate. There we go. Let's keep it going. Oh. We'll go e3. Get the setup. Bishop d7. So now I'm not going bishop b5. I'll go bishop d3. I have an idea attached to that. Let's go knight e5. This is usually annoying for them to deal with. And now it's rook lift time. I have a flight to catch, so I gotta start winning quickly. I'm under some time pressure. Some Zeitnot. Let's lift the rook. Knight g4, I want to open everything up. And you might be inclined to take here and threaten checkmate. And I want to do that, I really do. I want to make this work. Queen takes knight, but they have pawn to e5, hitting my queen and blocking the checkmate. So I'm going to switch the move order up. I'm going to take on g7 first. I have a plan. And now I get to take with check. And the king is trying to run over here and avoid checkmate. So, stop the king from running away. Find the move for white here. We have to prevent that king from running away. Well done, Sina FTW. Queen h4 check. King has to go back to where it came from. And then what's next? Queen takes h6. Check. And checkmate. GG. A lot of different checkmates there. I just picked one. Big Papi Chula. Good luck. I'm showing some of the fun stuff you can get going with a bird. Hopefully. Fianchetto or dark square bishop. Ah, they're preventing us from putting our knight on e5. It's okay. This is an annoying setup for black. They're taking away all my fun squares. Let's bring the queen over to the king side anyways. Yep, I'll bring the queen in. Knight f5 is annoying, but my opponent's playing a good setup. Where should we go? Here, 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 or do we retreat? I'm a little worried about my queen and bishop being on the same diagonal. Okay, I'll retreat. They've stopped our momentum. When the attack doesn't work, we have to improve the attack, and that probably means bringing some more pieces in. So let's get our knight involved. And you know what? Now that you're defending, over-defending that knight, I think I'll keep my bishop. Let's push here. Open things up in the center. But they have a pawn on f6. They're not a Ben Feingold viewer, but f6 is actually quite annoying here. Another good move. I take their knight, they take our knight. I'll do it. I was hoping to get more. I'm going to take with the pawn so that I can use the d file and maybe get something going against the queen. But first, let's go knight h4, double attacking f5. Now rook d1. I'm hoping to get something going here, as I said. Aha! The bishop moved this way, which means this is loose. Thank you very much. This is why I like to play king h1, because I could still mess up. I could lose my queen if I'm not careful. So king h1 is probably my next move. Probably. Gotta be careful here. Yep. Get that king out of dodge. Check. And now my favorite move. I think you're all very familiar with it. It's rook f3. Oh, they stopped it. Darn it. I was going for checkmate. I was going for checkmate. And that dream was taken away from me. Now this is awkward. Is my queen trapped? Almost. All the way down to a3. Help. I need some help. My queen, I tried to go for a checkmate and my pieces got tangled up. Let's lift that rook. Aha! I was worried about my queen, but my opponent has generously gifted a knight, which really helps her cause. I'm gonna go hang my queen. Oops, I hung my queen. Just kidding. Knight g6 check. King has to move. Check. And we're up a rook. We're up a rook. What I want to play is f5 so I can go for this. And this. Check. And now bring this bishop in. And take that. And take this. Checkmate. Pink Floyd, thanks to the 100 bits. And 2 months. Jason Pierre, 64 months. And Chus Chu, thanks for the 33. I'd rook h8, king f8, rook f8. Then there's bishop g8, Joe Dorbin, so it's not checkmate. A nice try, young fella. Yeah, rook h8, the bishop can block on g8, Jason. Joe Dorbin keeps saying this is checkmate. Let's see if he's right. If he's wrong, he gets banned. If he's right, he gets a sub. So he wrote it twice that I missed checkmate. So let's examine. He says, rook h8 check, king takes, rook f8. All right. Rook h8 was mating. Alrighty. Where's the checkmate here, Joe? JD Kaplan, thanks for the bits. That's a ban. That's a ban. We needed some blood on a Monday to start the week off. All right, let's continue. Jet Surgeon. Good luck. Back to the carrot. Let's develop that bishop. We're playing against the advanced variation. So this is interesting. Sometimes you have to ask yourself, is my bishop really being trapped? And you don't know until your bishop gets trapped. So I'm going to actually keep my bishop on this diagonal, see if I get trapped or not. If I don't get trapped, as far as I can tell, white's weakening their king side. And I'm okay with that. Yeah. I want to play c5 and challenge the center. Ooh, h4. Okay, let me play h5 and give my bishop some breathing room. And now we'll go c5. Take. We got rid of some of white's center. Takes. I'll go rook c8 and defend the knight. That was hanging. And now let's bring the final knight in. But I've closed the king side, so if I castle, my king's probably going to be pretty safe. Oh no. If I block with a knight, my bishop hangs. If I go here, this poor pawn hangs and we can't give up any pawns. So I'm going to give away my castling rights just to not lose any pawns. Pawns matter. All right, let's go a6. I'll go queen c7. Say hi to this pawn. And now bishop e4. Now that the pawn is pushed, bishop e4 is even safer because none of the pawns can harass it. And now I'll go g6 and just keep my bishop here. And king g7, my king will be safe. Like that. There we go. White has the bishop pair, but it's a bit of a close position and the bishops aren't usually as strong. Let me go knight a4. Can I harass these pawns? I don't know why I asked. I was going to do it anyways. Take politeness. That's a good move. We're playing a strong Japanese lady. Wow. She definitely looks real. Hiromi. Holy smokes. That's a great tactic. I didn't see that. Takes, bishop takes. Uh-oh. Okay. I blundered. That was a strong move by the Japanese lady. My pawns are disappearing. Things have taken a bad turn here. All right, let's figure out a way to come up with some counterplay. And I can't trade queens because I'm down a couple of pawns. That would not be a good endgame. Let me tell you. Okay, let's go knight g4. Now you can take. No? Let's attack. She's just not blundering whatsoever. This is frustrating. Okay, let me move the queen out of the way. Like, these are just some tremendous moves. I'm getting bullied. This pawn is hanging. Please let me win a pawn. I can't take because she takes with check. Holy smokes. These are some elite tactics. Knight e8 might be played. I don't know what to do. This person is extremely strong. Holy smokes. What do I do? The pawns aren't stopping. Can I get some help? Please? Good. I'm gonna need more help. Attack. Check. Check. Help. Check. What was that move? Check. Check. I had no chance that game. They played so well. They played so well. Holy smokes. Jet Surgeon. There were some incredible moves that game. And they were fast. I don't know. That really hurts me. I got squeezed to death. And that's a 9-year-old account. So they've just been hiding in the 1400s with top tier potential. And Dusty, thanks for the sub. JD Kaplan again. Yeah, 928, thanks for the 50. Holy smokes. I don't even feel bad. I was just outplayed. I was just outplayed there. Rich the Gambitier. Let's play h5, make sure our bishop doesn't get trapped. Now we're not getting trapped. All right, let's go queen b6. We've had good results with this. Okay. These pieces look out of whack. This looks like more my speed, this kind of game. Let's pin. And castle. Do I want to give up my bishop? No. So I'm going to move out of the way. Move all the way over here so I can target the h4 pawn. check. Let me grab that pawn. Let's open things up a bit around the king. I think we can target this E file pretty successfully. Check. That's pinned. Now this is hanging. Let me grab that. Let me grab this. If you take here, I take with the queen, I hate your knight. And if you play your bishop there, I'm just going to go E2 check. Let's go here. I'm just going to trade everything off. Check. Try to go for queen E2. Queen E3 is better because it's checkmate. Good game. Yeah, if people think that game was legit, unfortunately, you're probably brain dead when it comes to chess. If it wasn't obvious, that was like a very blatant cheat. Like, there's really no discussion. That's more blatant than most cheaters. I didn't think I needed to say it, but that was like... you probably believe in horoscopes and a lot of other things. Like, they didn't try to hide it, that game. We got 18 points to go. But that makes the speedruns more entertaining. Let's continue. F6, people are learning. F6 has its own issues, so I'll try to improve on it. They're going for a quick queenside castle, hey? Let me go knight c3, attack this pawn. I have the bishop pair. I'm going to castle queenside now. Open up for my bishops. Usually, if you have two bishops and you're heading development, you don't mind that the position opens up. So I'm going to trust myself here. If I take with the pawn, then they can trade queens. We want to attack, so I'll take back with a queen. I want to put my queen and bishop on this diagonal now that they played b6. I have some ideas. Some cheeky ideas. First one is probably taking this. Oh no. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. My original plan was to win the queen. But I might just have a change of heart and take here. I'll win the queen. b6 was tough. That weakens a lot of the light squares. Check. And I'm gonna put my queen right back on that diagonal, just to keep that bishop, keep that knight pinned. And we're up materials, so trades are good. I'll keep trading. I just played queen f3 to defend this pawn. Oh wow. That was a respectful resignation. 2 pieces for a queen. You could still play on 1500. Good luck. You're gonna give me the space. I'm gonna take the space. Yeah. Oh, we have a hippo. We have a hippo Chad. What are we gonna do? We're gonna play our 4 pawns out and try to crush the hippo. Squeeze him to death. With all of our pawns. Nope. Shoo. Go away with that knight. I'm just taking away as many squares as possible here. Really? Okay, I'll go d5. I could take this knight, but I'm not even going to entertain it. e5 is a very high team move. I respect it. But I'm just going to ignore it and attack the king side. Sorry, the queen side of blacks. Push. I'm going to ignore this hanging bishop because I have some attacking chances over here. Now do I take the piece? Now we can take it. And I'd like to think our attack is... Oh, you want to go here, hey? I'll keep taking. This bishop is stuck behind its own pawns. So let's bring the knight in. And I'm preparing to play rook check. But I like black's energy. I can tell they're a pretty decent hippo player. Can't say the same about everybody. Check. Check. Check again. Pick up the queen. And I'm going to go e5. So I can land a bishop on f5. Like that. If you go king d8, oh, the resignation. There we go. Scott 2400, this is for 1500. Hopefully this is my final game. We got the exchange. Now I'm going to play e6 and develop this. No trades this time. Offer some trades. White's weakened the pawns on the king side a little bit, so rook c8 because we got a semi-open file. Okay. I'll move my knight out of the way, but I still want to make sure everything is nice and secure. Now I'll castle. I don't mind losing this. But in this case, I'm going to take with the f-pawn just to look at this. It's risky. I don't think that's the best move, but I decided to try it because I thought my opponent might forget that they're hanging this. And now we're going to be boring mode. Let's trade the queens. Pawn up. Targeting this as well. Maybe I might have to go king f7 to defend two weaknesses, but that's okay. I can't go here anymore because of this pesky knight. Very pesky. All right, here. I'm going to take on d4 because I calculated that I can win this bishop and then the rook afterwards. But players are definitely playing better, especially that previous opponent. I wish I could get rid of this knight somehow. Somehow. All right. We're up material. We should trade. Trade. We're up 2 pawns. If I can get rid of this knight, I'll be happy. I just have to figure out how. Knight f7 once this rook moves, maybe. They're not giving me much space. Maybe I should push this pawn and then go rook d8. That way I can remove that. All right, let's push. Now we have a passed pawn. Get rid of... Can I take that? And then take here? Now I have a cheapo. Ooh, hanging the pawn. Come on, Scott. You're playing very well. We needed a blunder. Check. There we go. Oof, took some hits today. Took some hits. Ow. Ow. But 1500 on the dot. We'll do the rest of it when I'm back from Norway. So I'll see you guys in 9 days. That's when I'm back, the 24th. But the stream's not going anywhere because Aman is here to continue. You will catch the next episode of this on YouTube. Like, if you're behind, you haven't seen the first few. We've only released one, but the next one comes out on Saturday and the Saturday after. And we got the Stonewall. So we got a couple speedruns on the YouTube channel. And on the VOD channel, you can catch old VODs. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. We're not going anywhere. Just doing the quick speedrun. I'll catch you guys around. I'm putting on the Be Right Back soon scene, and then I'll join you guys in the chat.
Hello. Hello, friends. I'm gonna change the title here. Hello to Darkbone. Hope you guys enjoyed Eric's speed run there. I was thinking about making a slow bra command. What should it say? We want to make sure that anyone who uses it understands what the show is all about. Exclamation mark slow bra. Maybe just exclamation mark slow. Iceberger, thanks for the 35 months. Tier 3 there, Aiden. AJ Rebo. Caruana Virus, a year with us. Thanks for the resub. Oh, that's not a bad suggestion, Realty Money. All right. I had to incorporate a little bit of trolling with a little bit of actual responsiveness if people are interested in knowing what's going on. So we'll go with exclamation mark slow. All right, it's done. Here we go. Let's add that to the title. Exclamation mark slow. Hello, J Rebo. Maybe you weren't here for our earlier games. All right. As you may have heard from Eric, the boys, Eric and Jeff, are headed to Norway. And they're also taking G-Man with them. The G unit. So it'll be just myself, Big Dill, and Co. And chat for 10 days, I think. Snobby Lobster, thanks for the 8 months with Prime. Hello, hello, hello. I'm listening to an old Henrik Schwartz set from the Boiler Room. Hello, Pen MC. I think I saw Rebecca lurking earlier. Hello to Bad Chest, good vibes as well. Dark Bone is here. Hey ho, Real T Money is back. Hella. Caballo Loco. Hello, hello, buddy. I am going to continue with a few more games. Hope you don't mind. Hello, Kothis. So for those that don't know, I have been doing some slower games. 15 minutes, 10-second increment. Obviously, I'm starting way down at 400. Not every game is going to go the full 15 minutes, and we might see a lot of blunders early on, but I still thought it would be worth it to start this series at a lower rating, because you know what? If I'm playing an opening like the Sicilian, you still have to be prepared, not only for the main lines, but for literally anything that someone could throw at you. So this is just something easygoing in the background. Whenever we're streaming, we can always play a game or two. if that's the vibe. So just something that we can always do. And we played 2 games so far. Was it 2? I think we played 2 games. So we're going to go for game number 3. 15 minutes, 10-second increment, exclamation mark, slow. All right. Good luck, us. All right, guys. We got the white pieces. What opening should we go for? Taking suggestions. I'll usually maybe pick and choose once we get into a few moves, but I'll take some suggestions. Remember, this series is not about playing one opening every single game. It's about hearing thoughts and explanations of many different openings. So I'm sure that one of them will apply to you. Okay, let's start with e4. We don't know what opening we're going to get, right? But let's start with e4 and see what gets played. I'm seeing a lot of e4 suggestions. All right, e5. What should we do here? Ooh, lots of suggestions. Okay, I will go for f4. I will go for the King's Gambit. And we'll see what happens here. So King's Gambit, characterized immediately by this move. Black has a number of options here. Honestly, I wasn't even going to name that one. To be quite honest with you, I was going to name 8 to 10 moves, and I was not going to list this one. But of course, this is one of the options. Queen to h4 check. There's the accepted. You know, you can just play d6, knight c6, bishop c5, queen h4. I mean, at this point, I only have 2 legal moves on the board. King e2 is nonsense, so this move is actually kind of easy for me. So good energy from my opponent, but maybe wrong timing. Because this pawn guards that pawn, so there's no hanging pawn here. Queen f6, and when I see moves like queen f6, I'm definitely a little bit more drawn to trying to still harass it, bother it a little bit. So I'm thinking about a couple moves here. First one is knight c3 because it might intend knight to d5. I like the look of that. The other one is honestly maybe even a move like d4. No matter which pawn he takes, I could potentially keep pushing my e-pawn forward, gaining more space. But I am definitely leaning towards knight c3 and knight d5. That's what I'm thinking. The other thing, probably the last thing that I would bother considering here is taking. Usually taking is really bad because queen h4 wins this pawn, but he's actually already gone queen h4. He's already gone queen h4, so he doesn't really have it as an option, which is a little bit weird to think about. So actually taking, bringing the queen there, just developing my pieces to attack the queen, that looks pretty funky. I think this and this are my 2 options. I'm going to go for what I think is a really nice and... What just happened? What the hell? All right, we might finish this speed run today. Let's go. What the hell was that? My guy's played a 15-minute game. It's a 15-minute game. He didn't even spend 15 seconds on it. Oh my goodness. All right, well, the slow bra prevails again. It pays to be old. Obviously, he pre-moved and we were just going to win his queen there, so I mean, I guess it's a non-suggestion. Let's hit the game review. Guys, we're gonna check out this game review here. This is an important one to review. It'll help us improve. Check it out. Well, 100% accuracy is nothing to improve on here. All right, next game. Nice and easy. Next. Perfect game. Nothing to learn here. Hello to Dr. Usidik and Czech Manirov. Czech, are you thinking about paying a visit to your friend LBQ? Dr. Usidik, would you say that's a good networking idea for Czech Manirov? That with a guy like Alan around, that might be good opportunity for Czech to come by. That's right, Czech. Indeed. Anyway, that game was surreal. It's like, it literally is as if it didn't happen. Might get reported for that one. 100% accuracy. Oh, did you really, Rebecca? Where did you meet him? Was it at a party or something? Alan is a great lad. Check, we were maybe considering going out to a nice place to eat. Would you be interested in joining, Mr. Check? Let's get another game. This wasn't fair. It's like it didn't happen. I want a real game. We're here to learn, not learn how to win in 4 moves. Dallas Tal, thanks for the 2 years with Prime. Let's get another game. 15-10. All right, guys, let me know what should we play here against D4. What do we want to go for? Okay, I saw a fair amount of F5. I'll try a Dutch. Let's play a Dutch. Very interesting move. You don't see bishop g5 every day in the Dutch. There are a few things here. For example, if h6, I mean, the bishop can move back. And if g5, then there are lines with e4 or e3 where the queen is actually threatening to deliver checkmate, so I can't win that bishop. It's not that easy. It's tricky stuff. Very tricky stuff. So that's the h6 stuff. And then the other thing is, like, if you play knight f6, okay, to some degree the bishop wants to take. So I'm going to play what I think is a nice move against bishop g5, d5. Kind of like d5. It prepares for a stonewall looking setup, but when the knight comes to f6 and the bishop takes, I'm not going to take with my g-pawn. I kind of want to take this way and then play g6, and it's just like this big pawn mass like this. And guess what? A knight on e4 would be terrific. So that's pretty much what I'm thinking here. I'm going to take that way. And now that I played d5, it doesn't make any sense to play h6, g5. The bishop could just retreat to e5. Doesn't look that great for me. So we have our knight. Maybe we're ready to go knight e4 even on the next move. We're thinking about moves like c6, knight e4, maybe even e6. Depends what he does. But we got a Dutch going on here against bishop g5. I do like the move d5 as a response. Let's see. If c6, I assume that, you know, he's kind of just going to go knight f3. The queen d3 move is a bit weird to me. It makes me think he's going to castle, like almost for sure. I'm really getting long castle vibes. That's what I think is coming up for him. Knight e4 right now doesn't strike me as that special. So I think I will just go c6. Solidify. Maybe stop at knight b5 in the future. I just kind of know this is a structure I want to go for. Knight there, and I mean, my feeling is now that I see the knight here, I want to put my knight on e4. This is because I'm hitting the bishop, and if he takes me, I'm going to take back, and now I have a fork. And if he moves the knight, I'm going to take that bishop for free. So I kind of like how that works out, so I'm going to bring the knight in. The other nice thing is if he wants the castle long, he's also walking into knight takes f2, which is going to fork quite literally everything. Everything valuable. So I like knight e4 now that he's played this. Knight on f3 also takes away the square that he would need to use to kick my piece out. So at least it's going to take a little bit of extra time to boot my knight out of there. Like my knight on e4, definitely getting stonewall vibes from this position, right? There's ideas to take, and then maybe go e5 to unleash my queen. Pretty good move. I like it. If I take, I think pawn takes is actually the way to go for him. So I think the move is generally pretty good. The thing is, it doesn't solve his problem of wanting to castle. He still can't do it, and he still can't take it. So, although it's an interesting move, I'm not sure that it fully, I don't know. I'm not sure if it really does anything. So, I'm going to continue in an unorthodox way. I'm going to put pressure here. My knight on e4 is so strong. I know that he can't castle because of knight f2. And b3 is not a very good looking move when that knight can still be pinned. So how else do you guard it, right? It's kind of unpleasant. Rook b1. There might even be some tricks with e5 and knight c3 there. Rook b1, e5. The threat is knight c3. If he takes this way, that's a free rook. If he takes that way, that's a free queen. So that seems to have an issue. That has an issue. That doesn't look good at all. And then it's like, okay, aren't we running out of, you know, aren't we running out of moves? Bishop c1. Strong move. You know, I've noticed a recurring theme with 400s that play rapid. They're really good at playing rapid for the first 2 minutes, but they don't tend to last very long after that. Come on, he's gonna be back, surely. He'll be back. Have some faith. He's got 30 seconds. He's got 10 seconds. What the heck? How do we say this name? 10 gifted subs. Entwas? Entos, thanks for the 10 subs. That is very generous. The double cinco. Thank you kindly. The 10 gifted, and not your first gifted subs in the channel, so thanks for supporting, buddy. Not even a single piece was traded. Factual. I mean, look, we played F5, we got a quick dub. This is the key to your rapid games. You could be just like this. You could be just like this. We got a big 10 subs there. We're over 100. Let's keep the energy going. I mean, I feel like I have to do another one. These are finishing quicker than Blitz games. Mega Man Maniac, 43 months. Thank you, Mega Man. All right. What should we do, guys? We're playing a 500 here. How should we start the game? What openings are we feeling today? All right, I'm gonna play D4. We haven't played D4 yet. Let's see what he plays and maybe what we want to do next. Start with a D pawn for a change. Well, I think after a move like Knight C6, we're already in a situation where we can handle this on a very individual basis, right? Of course, we can continue with other moves. Knight F3, E4, C4, but definitely the most direct way that I would recommend handling this, like by far, is just D5. Like, let's call a spade a spade. You're gonna bring a knight out and no center pawn? Look, I'll take a little bit of space. I don't mind. I mean, the knight should go there. But yeah, if people don't take the center of the board against you at all, like if they're not moving pawns, it might be wise to keep pushing. I mean, it's very well known that, you know, E4, Knight F6, you keep pushing that thing. D4, Knight C6, keep pushing that thing. I mean, this is already like put him out here. He's never seen this type of refutation before. He's really never seen it. All right, knight to b4. Now, I know you guys might all be laughing at these moves, but I really want to take a moment and actually acknowledge what's happening here. I think this happens more than people think, and I think that it gets mishandled more than people think. People like run their knights around the board and waste like 50,000 moves all the time. But not every single move that you make is going to be a good move in these cases, right? There are going to be better moves. So, for example, these two moves hit the knight, but I would definitely say that my favorite first move to start with would for sure be e4. For sure. Now, I'm going to have these two moves available next turn anyway. They're always going to be available to hit the knight. And there's no move that black can do that's going to assist this knight. It's always going to have to go back here. So I actually don't have to rush to kick it out. I don't. E4 just takes the center, protects my center pawn, opens up my pieces. I mean, Now everything, the world is my oyster. I can decide where to put my pieces. Yes, I have a3, but I'm waiting for it. Remember, if the knight goes back, then all of a sudden it can jump in here. I'm not sure I want to see it on c5 right away, so I'd rather delay kicking it as long as possible. I can always boot that knight. No need to rush it. I had another game, I think it was the very first game in this series, where there was a knight on b4, and I actually delayed kicking it with a3, understanding that the knight only had this square available. That's just how it works. So we've already had this type of pattern. c6. Okay, again I see c6, and I'm like, look, if I take it, that doesn't make any sense. I'm like helping the knight. If it takes me, I don't see any issues there. So c6 is a good looking move, but also not, to me, not really like threatening that much. I still think this knight is gonna need to go there and there eventually. So I have a few options. The first option is probably pawn here. If the knight goes there, well, you might be like, bishop takes a6, buddy. a3, bishop takes a6. Pawn takes a6, pawn takes, queen takes. Woo! But after bishop takes a6, queen a5 is a very, I don't want to call it a trap because it doesn't win material, but it's a very nice move to check the king and take back with the queen. And I think I would actually just not even have a good position if I did that. So I'm not too interested, I have to admit. I'm not too interested. What I am probably going to do, and I'm interested in, is I'm just going to play c4. You want to take me? I'm going to take back. I'm going to bring my knight out. And again, I'm ready to kick this knight whenever, but I'm not in a particular rush. Like, I don't think this knight's doing anything. So I'm going to play c4. Bring my knight out. Again, queen a5. Like, my opponent is going kind of all in. Like, as if this is the be-all and end-all. I've seen this exact same thing in the very first game we played. How did we react to this? I mean, the same way, right? Bishop d2. Bishop d2. Now he's stuck. What does he do now? I'm gonna try to get out of this. Curious what he's gonna do next. So we've got a pin here, and a3 next is definitely going to be an impressive move. Hits the knight, but remember, we can't take with the pawn because our rook is hanging. But a3 does threaten to play bishop takes knight. Okay, takes. We have options here. I can play a3 and totally ignore that move, right? That makes basically a winning threat. Or we could take this pawn back in either direction, and I imagine our opponent is still going to have some issues with this, but in my opinion, why not start with the move a3? Obviously, I don't care about these pawns. I'm about to win material, so we're going to start with a3, which threatens bishop takes knight. Not pawn takes, but bishop takes knight. Queen c5, indeed. Queen c5 on the previous turn would have absolutely been necessary by my opponent, but you see how I've actually caused my opponent way more issues by leaving the knight there, rather than just kicking it away right away. It's like, yes, kicking it away, I gain some time, but you'll notice how the knight, in my opinion, is actually not that well placed on b4, so I'm not eager to boot it back to simply a better square. On c5, I think the knight stands pretty well. I'm not that interested in seeing it improve that quickly, so leave your opponent's knight there. Who knows what they're going to concoct. You can always kick the knight out later with a3, so basically there's no need to rush it. So he may try to push this pawn, because then the bishop defends the knight. That would be a serious bit of understanding, actually.
See you later. I'll give you a hug.
J-Man.
Whoa, 10 gifted.
Must be for you, bro.
Oh, sorry, did I step on your...
Nope. Must be for you.
Have a good.
Jeff is off to Norway.
Have a good time here with Alan.
He'll be a big replacement for you. Not sure he'll be able to fill your shoes. I think the stream's gonna miss you as well, Jeff.
See you all later.
Yep. Oof.
I'll try and film a few videos.
Oh, people are already asking.
Maybe with Magnus.
They're
maybe.
already peeking, like, make sure you get some footage, but that's why we're sending Jeff there.
See you all.
Yeah. See you, Jeff. Safe trip, buddy.
Yeah.
All right. What's going on here? I don't see what the heck just happened. Are we really back? Because Jeff left and it just couldn't handle it. That's what I understood. Hello, bud.
Saying goodbye.
Well, it's a good thing we're still here. It's a good thing we're still. Jeff said goodbye and we lost him. See you, bud.
See ya. We'll be watching.
You're bringing the underdog overseas?
I am.
Yeah.
I am.
Let them know.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be spreading the word.
The gospel. We're back? Okay. See you, buddy. Safe trip.
We're back to the turn off.
Yeah, when Jeff came to say goodbye, it couldn't handle.
So
like,
I can't put it in sleep mode.
So what's that?
Sleep mode. It's not off, but it's on sleep mode. I need to put it back on. Do you think it has to?
Oh, that's 100% what
I
happened.
asked Jeff before doing it, and so he.
Oh, that's 100% what
So
happened.
let me.
Yeah, because it said something about the recording. Okay, well, I know why it crashed now. There we go. That makes sense. Yeah, safe flight to the boys. Safe flight, safe flight. All right. And we saw Queen E5 get played. It's technically a double attack here, and if we play Knight C3, then we cover both of them, but I'm a little concerned that I'm going to drop my bishop there. Right? That doesn't look right. So, I think what we're going to do... You know what I'd love to do? I'd love to get him to take here and then try to trap his queen somehow. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do that. We still have a game here. Yeah, don't forget. We still have a game here. But I think it may just be knight f3. You know, take which one you want. If you want to take here, I'm just going to go bishop e2 and castle. I'm up a full piece. Let's just get pieces out. If you're moving your queen around 50,000 times, I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to play with a little more pizzazz, right? I'm up a piece. I don't truly care about another pawn in the middle here. I just want to get castled. I'm looking to get my pieces out as fast as possible. And actually, if he takes this, it's probably going to work out for me because I have knight c3 coming, knight d5, knight c7. I think we can get a really quick attack. Thanks for all the subs there, Entals. I think you gave 10 when Jeff came, and you gave 5 when Eric came to say goodbye. I think we know who your favorite is. And am I saying your name right? Thanks for the support, buddy. 25 subs. Oh, it may, Kinsgod. Maybe not every game, but the ones I feel are sort of instructive. Okay, does not want to take that pawn or that pawn. Look at that. He wasn't having any part of it. E5 comes to mind. Bishop c4. Yeah, bishop c4 or e5. Again, the queen is still moving a bunch. Knight c3, knight d5 also looks a bit tempting. Let's see here. How do we want to play this? I think if I play knight c3, you know, e6 probably has to be played. And then we get to take this. Objectively, knight c3 is just a simple and great move. Entals, oh, thank you kindly, buddy. Yeah, this will probably make it on YouTube. Like I just said, not every game, but the ones I think are instructive. And yeah, the whole point is we're taking our time here, talking through the moves. I'm dealing with someone who's basically only moving their queen right now. So I'm hoping that we're all going to be able to handle this type of a player. I do not usually play slower games, so it is a rare sight indeed. Knight d5, guess what? Hitting the queen and hitting that square. My opponent has not developed a single piece. The only piece they've developed has been the knight, and they lost it. And they're just moving their queen around. This is a good reminder, right? This is why you don't develop your queen early. Why you need to control the center on the first move of the game with some move. Knight c6 is just not good enough. Very tough position for him. Queen e6 to hit this pawn, even more pain. Queen g6, right? Not a bad idea there, at least making a threat. So, yeah, whether or not he finds a good move here, it's already the case that it's just a reminder to those lower rated, you just can't play with one piece, especially the queen. I've done the opposite. I have not moved my queen, and I'm pretty much using all my minor pieces, and I'm able to basically push my opponent around here. Right, the minor pieces all hit the queen, and I'm gaining tempo every single move, gaining time. My opponent's moving the queen, but you can't win the game with just one piece. Queen takes b2 is absolutely another suggestion. The thing about queen takes b2 is that there's no return squares along this diagonal. So once the queen is in there, I don't think it's getting back out. Queen takes b2, rook b1. Where does the queen go? There's only a2. And then a move like knight c3 would actually trap and win the queen. So queen g6. And you know what? I actually think this is probably the best move. So credit to my opponent for dodging a lot of potential blunders. I think queen g6 is basically the best move. So that's a good move. Yeah, knight c7, hard to refuse a move like that. After knight c7, he still has an opportunity to really make a mistake. So we'll see if he does. King d7 would be a little inferior to king d8. King d7, knight e5 would then win the queen. So he did well once again to dodge that. So the funny thing about this position is if he takes my pawn, which he's poised to do, it would be the exact same thing, and he just did it, as right here. So instead of taking the pawn here, he basically wanted to allow my knight to get to a8, lose a rook, move his king, and move one pawn. It's like, okay, I'll take that trade, right? Bishop e2, we're ready to castle now. Still following the fundamentals here. I'm winning material, so of course I'm on a bit of a side quest here. But for the most part, still staying true to the basic principles. What if I had played e5? Well, of course I could play e5 and knight c7 mate, but e5 is also a little bit of hope chess, right? e5 is hoping for pawn takes. That's a move I would play if I wasn't on the slow bra account. But we're not building those bad habits here. That's for that KNVB guy. I'm a changed man. All right? We play good chess over here. We don't look for better. We look for the best. Okay, bishop to d7. So the queen's in the middle. He finally develops a piece, which is actually quite genuinely a good sign. Castling comes to mind. Lots of other things to consider here, but castling really stands out. Rook c1, but I just think once we're castled, then we can get frisky and think about the next thing to do. Castling is just such a good habit. Get the king out of the middle, maybe rook e1, and then moves like knight g5 come to mind here. Okay, definitely looking at rook c1, a little basic threat here. b5. Probably bishop a5 check to save this knight. Yeah, I think b5, bishop a5 is good. Tough spot for my opponent here. I'm just making moves that appear to do things with tempo. That's a great way to live your life as a chess player. Rook e1, likely a tempo on the queen soon. Rook c1, threatening something and developing. Notice how my queen has not moved yet, right? His queen has moved so many times. My queen hasn't moved once. And my position's a lot stronger because his queen has been under attack from all my pieces. And it continues to be. Early queen sorties. I mean, sometimes you'll see very strong players like grandmasters, you know, kind of having a laugh, moving their queen a bunch. Of course, a strong player can make it work, but know that you literally have to master the entire game of chess, have a very deep understanding of why you shouldn't do it to know, to be able to make it work at all. An actual 500 is not going to be able to just bring their queen out and have it make sense, or any remote sense at all. All right, well, after g6, I think the move knight g5 is extremely tempting. because f7 and the queen are hit, and queen e6 is impossible, and queen d5 we can trade and take there. So knight g5 looks like it wins a lot of material. Apart from that, I'm looking at the move that, well, this was my last move, rook c1 to take on c4. I'm hitting the queen. Where can that queen go? And what do I have to follow up? Rook takes, I mean, the queen could go here, queen could go here. Queen here, and I'm not really seeing the next move, so I like the knight g5 idea. We'll see where he puts the queen. A lot of potential squares. Queen h4, queen f4 are both fairly decent. Queen d5 is maybe the move he might land on if he finds the best looking move, because it actually guards that pawn. But we do have some options there. Tough spot for my opponent, right? Knight g5. My opponent has every single one of their pawns, but they're missing a knight and they're missing a rook, so kind of in my favor. But I like how most of this game has showcased the power of the initiative. We have been operating with the initiative. Every move, we try to attack something. I mean, queen e5 is unfortunately probably the worst move. The worst safe looking move. It looks like it's safe in the center of the board, hitting a knight, but it's actually the worst one. And hey, again, credit to my opponent here. Another good-looking move. You know, there's no way to save everything, but it is the closest looking thing. So I think queen d5 is good. Now in this situation, if I take and take on f7, that's great. You know, that's fantastic. What I'm going to do though is I'm probably at least going to consider what happens if bishop takes c4. Because if bishop c4 and he trades queens, knight takes f7, knight c7 is mate. The only reason I would not consider something like this or this, like in between moves, is that it loses my knight. Losing the knight is unfortunately something we can't allow. So absolutely the best move will be queen takes queen. Knight takes f7 and knight takes h8. But believe me, I thought about it. You do want to think about stuff like that. I did not think about this move. I have to be fully transparent here. e6 escaped me. Well, my opponent has offered a draw. I may have to decline that one. As tight as this game looks, I may need to decline it. Now, if knight takes here, king e7, king e8, like, I'm going to lose that knight. So I'm actually not too interested in that. I think I'm just going to take here and bring my queen closer to the king. Maybe look for queen to c7. Take the draw while you still can. No, I'm pushing through. If I was off stream, I would have taken a draw. But I'm on stream. So obviously we can't be showing signs of weakness. All right, knight d5. Again, pretty good move. Stopping this for what that's worth. Queen to b8 check threatens this, and also I still have knight f7. So I'm just looking at queen b8. Is that worth it? Or just go straight away with knight to f7. And you know what? I think knight f7 is good enough. Keep things simple. Take the rook. I'm just going to give a little bit of thought to bishop takes pawn and queen takes d7, but, you know, taking our opponent's rook off the board, gotta be a good thing. So we'll keep it simple here. Bishop g7. How do we continue our attack? I'm kind of looking at queen b8 here. Hitting the d6 pawn. It also guards my knight, strangely. Knight f7 is playable because the bishop hangs, so my knight is not even trapped, which is important to remember. Lots of good moves, believe me. Like, bishop takes. I'm up so much material here. Everything wins, but I'll just play a move that covers everything. Why the heck not? That looks like it's multitasking. Rook takes c4. I mean, yeah, I'm sure these moves are all winning. But my knight is hanging, so why not play a move to defend it? Why not? I'm also covertly threatening bishop takes on d6 or queen takes on d6. Yep, and I believe I am going to go for that. Let's take with the bishop check. I still have this bishop hanging, but if the king goes here, we're not going to take the bishop. We're going to deliver a mate. I had a feeling that might happen. Good game. GG. Let's observe the game review there. Oh, damn it. We lost the game review. 69.5% accuracy. I knew this guy was a good player. We lost the game review. Yeah, knight c6 I don't love as a move there. Definitely not. Right, knight b4, and to me I love e4. I think it's definitely the move. Play in the center, and just not get caught up with kicking the knight, because you can do that whenever you want. So c6, and here I'm well aware that, you know, c4 is not the best move on the board, but you know what it does do is it solidifies my center pawn and says, okay, you've still got a knight that still can't return to the action. This is not very easy to play. So I'm a big fan of c4. You know, other moves I just think are not that much better. I actually don't have a particular liking for this. I really don't. It might be one of the top ways to play here, but I don't like the idea of giving away the bishop. Yes, it is a very good way to play, but I don't think that yields much of an advantage, and you can always get outplayed by the bishop pair. It kind of goes back to my rule that I've always had. And the rule that I've always had is I would rather have something that my opponent doesn't have. I'd rather have something and you have nothing, rather than I have something and you have something worse. For example, I would rather be up a knight. I have a knight and you don't have a knight. I'm just up a clean knight. That means every single position in chess is going to be better for me because I have an extra knight. There are there are very few positions where having an extra knight is not better than having no knight, right? But if I have a rook and you have a bishop, or if I have a queen and you have a rook, there are lots of positions where the rook might be better than the queen. Of course, there are going to be way more where the queen is better than the rook. The queen is better than a rook. But let's say out of 100 positions, if I have an extra knight and you don't, I have a full clean extra knight compared to you. Very likely 100 of those positions that you might find in a game are going to be better for the side that has an extra knight. If I have a queen and you have a rook, maybe 85 of them are better for the queen, maybe 90, maybe even 95. But no matter what, there's a higher percentage of positions where the rook actually can outplay the queen. It's possible. So I think it's a really important concept. Here, this is what I'm saying. In this position, I feel like I have a lead in development. My opponent has a bad knight. I'd rather just get developed. I have something you don't have. As soon as I go like this, it's like, yeah, I have a lead in development. Well, maybe not anymore. Now you have the bishop pair, and it kind of compensates for what I have. I'd rather not deal with, I have something and you have something. Which one is better? I'd rather just have something that you don't have. Then I know I'm better every single time. It's just a lot easier. So, yeah, you have a bad knight and no development. Yeah, I'm just going to gain more space and keep my pawn there. It's basically why I played c4. I mean, this move really walks into bishop d2. It also helps that we've already had a game exactly like this. Literally our first game in the speed run. So bishop d2 is an automatic move, and then a3 capitalizing on the pin. And just like that, I think we made the right decision with c4 because blunders just happened. Yeah, he needed to take my pawn there. But at this point, everything's fallen. Everything's fallen. Yeah, and he just, I guess, maybe forgot that his knight could take. Maybe he didn't see that. Maybe he didn't see that the knight was actually defending it. That's possible. Poor guy. I thought he played pretty well. I really did. He lasted, pretty long. It was like 23 moves. I think it's the longest game that we've had. He also used his time well. But you know what he didn't do? He didn't have an opening, a good opening at all. He should move something to take control of the center. Even knight f6 controls the center. Knight c6 just gets kicked around. So not a good opening. And then moving the queen out was a really poor decision. Move 4, moving the queen. No, big mistake. And he paid for it pretty much the entire game. He paid for it the entire game. So yeah, that's pretty much what happened that game. That's what happened that game. GG, thought he played well. And we did lose our game review. Make no mistake, right? Make no mistake. We lost the game review. He had 69 accuracy. We had what? 91? Thanks, guys, Seth, for the 7 months. The Masher 3, a brand new Prime sub. We had 5 gifted subs from Butt Crumb. Thank you to Big Butt. I like those subs. And I cannot lie. Hello?
Hello. Keg last call at 11, but Kev suggests Insomnia or Bar Poet.
Keve? Big check.
Yes, big check.
That's great. So he's interested.
He's interested.
I was, was courting him on stream. So I think that you guys have connected. That's great.
Indeed.
Okay. This is good intel, Alan.
Okay.
You'd be up for either?
I'd be up for you. Bar Poet is or the Keg and Bar.
Okay.
Depending on when.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Alan.
Cheers, brah.
Cheers, brah. Hey, thanks, Bud Crumb. Oh, I really appreciate the support. Digilals, 30 months. Thank you, Digilals. I'm trying to keep count of Antal's and all his subs here. We got Mojave GG. Got 5 more gifted from him. Kvoth 4. Thanks for the 4 months with Prime. Crumb with another gifted sub. That's 6. Zinanis with the 5 months with Prime. Paper Mache 11. Brand new Prime sub. And Chef Long Pep 23 months. Thank you, Chef. Appreciate you, Chef. Coming up to 2 years. I think I'm in for another game. One more game. Uno más. Let me know what openings we'd like to play. We're gonna go for one more game tonight. In this one. One more game. Let's see what color we get. All right, guys, we're against E4. What are we thinking? What kind of opening do we want to play here? Against E4. I see some Sicilian, some Caro. All right, let's go for a Sicilian here. I'll go for C5. Start off with the Sicilian, why not? Why not? Great opening. And there are so many to choose from. Even from White's perspective, we could see closed Sicilians, G3 Sicilians, Mora. This might be the only one that doesn't have a name. Kind of amazingly. But guess what? When people play this, A6 is already in our Sicilian repertoire. A6 is... We want to play that move, right? We're waiting. A6. It's like, why would I not use that to kick the bishop? So of course I'm going to play A6. Of course. Bishop C4. Now, important in this situation, not that it's a blunder, but I'm not that interested in playing a move like this. Now, I'm not calling it a blunder, but it's... You could call it a blunder. What is at least a reason why we wouldn't play B5? Anybody? Bishop D5 is annoying. You know what? I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. Bishop D5 is hella annoying. Right? Hitting our rook. But there's something else that no one seems to be mentioning. Bishop F7, Queen H5, Queen D5 check, and Queen A8. Now, maybe the queen gets trapped in there. Maybe. But the fact that that is even something that I can potentially see happening, no shot. We're playing E6. We're playing E6. And we're definitely taking away that square from the bishop. We're preparing a potential D5 supported by the pawn. We're also preparing B5 now that bishop D5 is not available. So for many, many reasons, E6 is absolutely the way to continue. A lot of people play E4, and do you know why they play bishop C4? I'll tell you exactly why. It's a really bad opening, but everyone keeps playing it. And I'll tell you why. People play it because against E5, they like to play the Italian. So you've got this group of people that what they do is just they play E4, bishop C4 against everything. It's like it's some universal potion. It's not. So when you see this, you should always stick e6 down their throat. Very, very bothersome. In this case, my opponent played bishop b5 and then bishop c4. So he's playing the same opening that's not very good, plus I have a6. So now we absolutely want to play b5. We're hitting the bishop. Bishop d5 is not possible. If the bishop goes back this way, it's like, why did you bother going here? And then why did you bother going there if you were only going to go to these two squares, right? So what we've got is our opponent moving a bishop 1, 2, 3 times in the opening. Look at these free moves I'm getting. I'll say thank you very much, right? This is good for me. All right, we played b5. If I play c4, the bishop goes back. I don't think that's anything special. I'm going to hang on to that move. Bishop b7. Of course, if my pawns are like this, it's one of the best places to put my bishop. Should I be trying to develop my bishop this way? Of course not. Look at my pawns. They're in the way. It doesn't make sense. When we've got this great long diagonal for that bishop wide open. Wide open. My opponent's thinking, guess what? I actually have a little bit of a threat there in c4 because it would kick the bishop out and then I would take that pawn. So the move b3 by white is actually a pretty good one. I am thinking of the move d5 here, but even before d5, I'm just thinking of development. If I play knight f6, maybe pawn e5, and my knight could go to d5. I'm not too concerned there. Queen f6 to hit the rook, I think it's kind of like a tricky move, but not really that good. Based on the development here and what I see a bishop that after knight c6, I could maybe play knight b4 and take. Because after knight b4, you can't move the bishop again, you're going to lose a pawn. So I like this move because it controls e5. Now if I play knight c6, e5, I could consider a move like knight g4, putting more pressure on that guy. But guess what? Knight c6, that's where the knight wants to go all the time. It's always going to be a useful move. And personally, I like that it comes with a threat of knight b4. So that's kind of why I played it. I see c4, and I actually see a little bit of a problem here, if I'm honest. The first problem that I see is with this bishop. But the second problem I see is actually with that rook. Yeah. Queen f6, knight c3, b4. That's actually a pin. Queen f6, e5. We just take it. So, surprisingly, there's no way for my opponent to save their rook here without a lot of gymnastics. And I'm not even sure that's going to be enough. So queen f6, as strange as it might look, this is my opponent doing some very odd things in the opening. And after giving me 2 free moves, it's not surprising that he might be running into tactics here. Queen f6, the reason that I'm even thinking about stuff like this is because of a pretty well-known theme that you just can't push these pawns out of the way and leave your rook like that. Very often what will happen is this pawn isn't there, right? If that pawn's off the board, you can imagine it's the exact same trap. Now there isn't even knight c3 to worry about, right? So I've seen this kind of a rook trap where this pawn isn't on the board because then the knight can't even move out. So in this case, it only works because I have b4, which is the reason I needed to double check it. But yeah, now I have b4 to hit that knight, and I think there are concerns here. My opponent is under fire and goes for this. Look, if the knight moved, I would take the rook. I mean, the bishop can't move because I'll trade the queens, and I'll just bring my queen right back out of there. No problem. So he pushes, which means, look, I've got to play this. Knight takes. Forced move. if we took the knight here, of course we would lose our queen, so not an option. Queen takes e5, hitting the king, and remember, we're still hitting this knight. So I have a couple options here. First option is, you know, do we take this knight? As much as it almost works, like if the knight moves back, maybe there's c2 to win the rook. As much as that looks fancy, I think white can play queen e2 or f4, and it might work, but it's going to be really, really dicey. So that's like my last resort. If I don't see anything else, I might play that. Queen takes e5 is the obvious move. Let's start with that. Queen takes knight, check. If the knight blocks, well, that's a rook for me. If the knight moves here, I mean, yeah, take my pick. If we go here and the king moves, well, that's a free knight. So the only tricky move is queen takes queen e2. Because now if I trade, the knight takes back, and all the pieces are actually safe. Which is kind of annoying. So we have a choice here. I like queen e5 for a couple reasons. Queen e5, queen e2. I could then move my queen anywhere on this diagonal. Right? And then I'm still attacking the rook, which is very pleasant. Basically, that is a pin, and the pin is not going anywhere as long as I stay on that diagonal. Take check. Start with that. We know this is the first move of our calculation. Yeah, bishop block, king move, nonsense. We're just going to win the knight. See what he wants to do. I assume he might land on the best move in the position. Remember, there's no time for moves like bishop takes g2. I just don't know where I would slot that move in. I can't not take the free knight on the previous turn and play bishop g2 instead. So now if queen e2, I'm just not going to have time to grab this pawn. And after queen e2, I'm also looking at a really, really nice looking move, bishop d6. Because if we trade here, there's still a pin that he has to worry about. So I actually see a lot of suggestions from the chat saying bishop takes g2. When did you guys want to play bishop takes g2? I see a lot of bishop g2 suggestions. Like, did you guys want to play it right now instead of taking the piece back? Because remember, if you do this now, and then you take, and queen goes here, you're going to have to trade queens because your bishop's under attack. Then the knight takes back, and you actually don't win anything. All you won there is a pawn. You don't even get to win a piece anymore. And if you meant it here, then yeah, there's just no time to do it if he played queen e2. He played knight e4. I see a free rook in the corner. I also see bishop takes e4 as quite tempting. I mean, why the heck not? But I guess at the moment, I'm not really seeing an issue with this. That looks like a free rook, and I don't see any, like, that doesn't work, right? I have my bishop on f8, covering d6. So, really liking this. Really liking this. I don't know. This looks like a free rook to me. I'm just gonna take it, guys. I don't see a problem. I mean, I have a free knight, but I have a free rook. Rook is more. More is good. Now, in this case, it's like, no matter which one I took, I was going to have something that they didn't have. If I took a knight, I was going to have a piece they didn't have. If I took a rook, I was going to have a rook they didn't have. Obviously, if it's between those two, I'll take the higher value one. That's no question. Yeah, the thing about taking the knight is that after bishop takes, I can't then go take the rook because my rook would be hanging as well. I think something like castling should be on his mind here. There's none of this. So I'm looking at f5, I'm looking at just simply knight f6 next. Look for more trades. This bishop has been so strong the entire game. Entire game. Queen d4, queen e5. My queen's not going to get trapped in here. White would need to play this, this, and then that. And then that. And that would trap my queen. But that's many moves, so I'm still okay for the moment. Really liking knight f6 here. Like I just mentioned, I think he's a few moves away from trapping my queen, so not overly concerned. Here, queen c2. I mean, I'm looking at queen d4 there. And maybe taking that knight. But is that really the best move objectively? Probably not. Knight f6, queen c2, and it's just that if knight e4, not only bishop e4 possible, but I'm also looking at just bishop there. Right? And, you know, do I need to give my queen back? Probably not. So I think I'm going to go here and just bring my, just get my queen out. That's the plan. Knight f6. This is not a threat just yet, so using that brief moment to develop a piece and go for more trades. I'm up an entire rook. Trades are always going to benefit me. Always. And the only reason I didn't run away with queen e5, which is a great move and, you know, good piece of advice to, you know, once you get your goodies, get out safely. But I've just evaluated here that there's no way to play that right away, so I'm always going to have a way out. If white could have two moves, I would be very concerned. But obviously, because this is not a threat, I have nothing to worry about. For this move. For this move. But next turn, I'll have to be careful. What about taking the a2 pawn? No. You've lost your way. This is for sure being too greedy. If you're up a rook, or any significant amount of material, but let's say a rook because that's what's going on in this game. If you're up a rook, guess what? You already have enough material to be completely winning the game, which means you should be developing your pieces, castling, maybe making an escape square so you don't get back ranked, making sure your pieces are all safe. What you should not be doing is taking more pawns or trying to win more things on top of what you've already got. You've already got more than enough. Just, you know, get out with it, you know? Escape with it. You've got more than enough to win. You don't need more. Don't need extra on top of that. That is a very bad habit. Queen f3, great move by him. He's actually threatening knight takes and queen takes bishop. All right. So I think just mass exchange on e4 is the way to go here. We're just going to take, and we're going to take again. And yes, we're going to have to defend our rook, bring it into the middle, but I think that's no problem. So queen takes, hits our rook, but yeah, we'll just save our rook. And we did great there. We got 2 pieces to disappear from the board. My opponent only has 3 pieces, and our queen still has safe squares and this pawn to escape with. All right, d3. And now I think this is absolutely the case where bishop to g5 is, I mean, it's a threat, right? Our queen has to move. Queen d4, d5, f5, probably unnecessary. So I think we're going to grab this pawn now. I have to move my queen. This is a threat. I could go bishop e7, but like, why live in this? Like, this makes no sense, right? Why leave my queen where bad things could happen? It's time to move the queen. He's forced my issue. Queen, probably going to leave it there, actually. With this queen not on c2, I don't think my queen is getting trapped. Queen takes a2, queen takes b3, next move. Push, 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 push. Bishop e7, castle. That's what I'd like to do. But ultimately, like, I'm just trying to trade pieces. Bishop e7, castle. Those are my objectives here. So we'll see how he develops. I think he should try to be as annoying as possible. So staying true to what I just said, like, I'm not interested in playing queen takes pawn before I play moves like this, you know? But the reason I played queen a2 was I had to move my queen. And if I'm gonna move it, sure, I'll take material as opposed to not taking it. Bishop g5, he does do it. Pretty good move. I have a couple options. Bishop e7 is great in the sense that it trades a piece, but I would definitely argue that it's maybe not the best because you don't want to have your king, like, it's more important at castle. So I'm definitely going to be playing the move f6 here. Bishop e7 is great. It does work out, but personally, I would rather play bishop e7 and castle. It's just so much safer. This is a case where I'm not that interested in the trade because I would rather have my king be safe. Kingside castle. Like I said, I'm not too interested in winning these pawns, not till I've got my king safe. Once I have my king safe, I'm fine, you know? Anything goes. f4. Well, castling looks like a very good move, but I tell you, in this position, f5 is mighty tempting. Right? f5, sneakily hitting that bishop on h4. That looks pretty good, I have to say. I'm gonna be up so much material there if he gives it to me for free, and if he goes back, obviously we want another trade. So I think I'm gonna go for it. Why are we watching a 400 rated player? Are you talking about me? Or are you talking about him? Who are you talking about here? I'll accept slander about myself, but certainly not about my opponent. Are you talking about me or my opponent here? All right, I'll take. This is a really cute move by my opponent. It still results in a trade, so I'm still gonna do it. Oh, you didn't even see it, poor guy. Let's castle. Hey, Matt. You are slow in learning. At least you're not slow at learning. Thank you for the raid, Mr. Staples. Shout out to Matt Staples. Appreciate that. That's a big boy raid as well. 500 of you. Welcome, everyone. I'm doing a bit of a slower chess series. I don't usually play rapid games. 15 minutes, 10-second increment. I'm way down the rating ladder right now, but this isn't supposed to be a speed run or anything. These games might be so basic or so beneath me, but I just thought I would do a series where I really go in depth, take it pretty seriously, you know, play a bunch of different openings, talk about the ideas, plans, explanations, and hopefully people learn a thing or two. King H1. Well, doubling the rooks is always a great habit. This bishop is covering a potential mate. It's also covering rook G1. A lot of good things. I think it can, you know, you don't need to look at a 400s game and, you know, judge them. There are still things that you could learn about the way that they play and how you could apply it to your games as well. Or some of the positions we might get could be incredibly interesting or useful. So I think there's still a lot to learn. Yeah, queen here really really looks good. But I'm wondering where our actual checkmate is. I'm not sure that I see it. I mean, lots of good moves, but not sure I see the mate. Obviously, we could trade the queens, but the fact that we still have the queens on the board is definitely making me want to use them somehow. So I think I'm going to give this check just to force the king up, and then I'm going to play rook f6. So now we have this idea, but we also have this, and we also have rook h6 to mate the king on h3. So now I feel like I have a few weapons. Many threats now. This, that. Okay, so we do have rook to g6, which is more than enough. It wins the queen. We definitely want to check for a mate, though. Check. Here. Check. Here. Is there a mate right away? Doesn't look like it, right? Check. Here. Check. Here. Check. Here. And finally, I think we have a mate. But definitely, this looks like the way to start. All right, 1, 2, 3, and 4 looks like a mate. But instead of queen here and king there, the king can run this way. I'm a little more interested in queen here. Because I see that the king has a couple options. King here, we do have mate in 1. And king here, we would be able to finish with a pawn checkmate. GG. And a very nice game. I thought he played pretty well. He is a little unfortunate, that opening trap that he kind of fell into there. He definitely played a good one. Right, if we look at the game review here, this was not a good opening. So he played a lot better after his opening. I can't stress enough. I mean, moves like this, moves like bishop c4, very bad against the Sicilian. And you'll see how I handled it. First of all, a6, but a really important next move, e6, right? b5 is just not, b5 is not the right idea. Bishop d5 and maybe bishop f7. I actually think our queen might get trapped in there, so I'm not too sure about that. That bishop d7 move, or bishop f7 move, but I think bishop d5 is enough for me to reject it, right? Bishop d5 is like, eh. e6 is great though. We have d5, we have b5 coming. I like it. Okay, and f3, b5, bishop b7, knight c6, and here, after c4, we can see queen f6, that tactic already makes itself known, right? Knight c3, b4. Yeah, and now, unfortunately, my opponent is just down material, plain and simple. There's not really anything going on here. Now, I will admit, after knight takes e5, knight e5, bishop takes g2 was suggested, and it's like, you know, is the move a total blunder? No, it's not a total blunder. I mean, is it close to the best move? I would say no. Like, you know, based on the evaluations here, I don't think that's anywhere close to the best move. Is it playable? Yes, but our position is so good here. My question is, why do you guys want to complicate your life so much? Your opponent just played this. You're already up a free pawn if you just take it, and you're probably going to win a full piece. It's like, why? You know what I mean? Why complicate your life? Who the hell wants to calculate bishop g2 and like queen e5, like intermezzo? This just looks like a lot. This looks like a lot. Why make your life so complicated? They just gave up a pawn in the center. You took it. They took it. Just take it back. We don't need to be a hero here. We don't need to be a hero. I think it's important to remember that. If you're already a bit better, I mean, take the easy option. You don't need to like find a way to spice it up here. Keep it simple. Win the material that you've calculated rather than getting too fancy. I think bishop takes g2 is just too much, honestly. It's like, dude, just take the free piece. The worst case is you're up a pawn. The absolute worst case. And you already know that you're up this knight because of the pin. So just, you know, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Do not overcomplicate things. Swole, thanks for the 500 bits, buddy. Stonewall, hey, yeah, just released the Stonewall. Obviously, it's a little below your level right now, Swole. But the YouTube will get there. We'll be moving up the rankings. But thanks for the kind words. Klinoka, 4 months with Prime. Roberto Mondavi, appreciate the gifted sub. Matt Staples also resubbed for 4 years, so big shout out to Matt and the poker community. Came in with the big raid, resubbed for 4 years. During our slow games here, I just started this. It's a new series. Obviously, it's going to be not very interesting for some people, so I understand that. It's not for everyone, but I think that watching 30-second chess is more alienating than watching 15-minute chess. That's something I've come to terms with, even for myself. Devious Coconut, thanks for the 19 months. Zelly Live, Thanks for the 9 months. Gordy Smith. Appreciate the brand new Prime from you. And Hemissy. Appreciate the Prime sub. Thank you very much, Hemissy. Brand new Prime. I also figure most people in chat, objectively, are either playing 15-minute games, 10-minute games, maybe 5-minute games, right? When you guys queue up. Obviously, a lot of people play 3-minute, but most beginners play at minimum 10-minute games. So, I mean, I am going to leave it there for tonight, guys. We're at 450. We're not really trying to, like, get to specific numbers. It just happened to work out that way tonight. So I'll definitely be revisiting this throughout the week and in general. So this will just be something we have ongoing in the background. I am going to be continuing bullet habits. I actually don't think I will get to it tonight because our buddy Alan is here, and I think I'm going to go out to a nice dinner. However, I will be back, and I will quite literally be streaming all day tomorrow. So I'm not going to go too late tonight because I'm going to be up early for Title Tuesday tomorrow. We're going to have our bullet habits definitely taking place tomorrow, 100%. More of this series, more Title Tuesday, and our Untitled Tuesday tournament as well. Now called Underdog Title Tuesday. So lots and lots of stuff happening tomorrow. I will probably be streaming for at least 12 hours. So tomorrow's a full day, which is why I'm not going to go super late tonight. I will be doing both Title Tuesdays. I'm the only one here that can do them. DB Lightning, I'm the only one that can do them. So follow the channel, join our Discord. Those are the two ways you're not going to miss any of our streams. You get the alerts in Discord, and you'll get the alerts if you follow us here on Twitch. I'm going to call it a night, though. Going to have some dinner and take it easy tonight. Go Dallas Stars. It is 1-0 currently. Go Stars. Big game 7. I hope the Stars can get it done. Eric can't? Well, no. Eric is... Were you guys here tonight? I said goodbye to Eric. I said goodbye to Jeff. They're literally flying to Norway for 10 days. You guys are stuck with me. It's only me for 10 days. I know that's hard to believe. Hard to come to terms with. But that's the reality. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Have a good one. Again, really appreciate Matt with the raid, the poker raid. I'm going to pass you guys on somewhere else. Keep the raids going. But thanks for watching, y'all. And I'll see you all tomorrow for